Well, the Detroit Lions haven't made the NFL playoffs since 2016, so we brought the playoffs to Detroit. It's Discraft's Great Lakes Open presented by Grip 6 and the Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs presented by Barbasol. Grant Zellner alongside the left-handed Legolas, Brian Earhart. Brian, you're on the ground there in Milford, Michigan, just outside the Detroit area, the first of two Disc Golf Pro Tour playoff events. Everybody vying for one of those qualifying positions to make it to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, the Tour Championship that is, which will be here in just a little more than a month and a half or so. Brian, Deglow's never a small deal, but this year, 4 days up and down the Toboggan course, the stakes are higher. What's the energy like on the ground?
I think all the players know what to expect at this point. I mean, this course has been around for such a long time, and many of these players have played the U.S. AmNats here a long time ago when they were still trying to make it in the professional ranks. So I think a lot of players know what to expect playing this Toboggan course, but 4 rounds here with all the added distance, all the added out of bounds, I think they all know that this is going to be a week of pacing yourself, and taking a big number early is not going to be that big of a deal. This is going to be a new challenge for them. I mean, it's pretty much a major field playing on a course that has hosted majors in the past. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens this week, but I think a lot of the players are giving the course the respect it deserves.
Brian, virtually every weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, at least in recent memory, the weather has been part of the story for at least a day. What are things looking like there on the ground?
Well, first off, it's cool this morning, and normally when we play Deglow, it's hot. It's that point in the Midwest summer that's 95 degrees. The humidity is up around 80%. Players have to factor that into the equation. But now they at least have decent temperatures. The wind is high this morning. I'm seeing 15 to 25 mile an hour gusts out here today. And throwing up and downhill as much as they do, 120 stories of elevation gain and loss on this course. It makes some of these shots really tough. And with the added OB, it's going to be even tougher. To add on to the forecast, we saw some rain that could be coming in later this afternoon, including some thunderstorms yet again. Grant, it seems like we've kind of lost the coin toss for quite a few weekends here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
But the good news is the long-range forecast for the rest of the weekend looks like it's pretty good. So hopefully we can get through today, and even if we don't, we've got some flexibility to try to get you all 72 holes of disc golf in both the FPO and MPO divisions. We'll start with the FPO division as usual, where Val Mondahano is coming off of a huge win just a week ago at Idlewild. In a word, or that would be 2 words, she's back. And we got a chance to catch up with Val yesterday at the press conference.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a lot more confident, if I had to say, just because once you do it, you know it's possible.
Were you doubting your abilities coming back? Were you feeling not as confident as you were last year?
I think so, and I think it was pretty normal to feel not as confident as I did when I left, just because I had such a short amount of time to be an elite disc golfer. I had like a month to prepare from the time I got the okay to start playing to playing DDO. And for me, that's not a lot of time and not a lot of reps, especially trying to take it slow coming from an injury. I feel like I'm putting my foot to the gas and trying to practice harder than ever. Because I feel like last week at Idlewild, that's what I did, is I put the pedal to the meadow and I played the whole round. If I felt like I needed more extra shots, I'd go throw on the field, or if I needed to really dial down a shot on the course, I'd go and throw that shot multiple times. Versus I feel like me coming into disc golf again, the middle of the year, after the injury, I was kind of being very cautious, and I was, minimizing my shots, and I was like, okay, 2 throws, a hole, and I feel like something about Idlewild was like, no, I need to get more reps in.
A confident Val Mondahano is a scary thing for the field. She automatically qualifies for the playoffs thanks to that victory, and she is here ready to play. In fact, Val already on course here at the Toboggan course. Brian, what are you seeing in her game? What did you see last week, and how do you think she will fare on this open and exposed course at Toboggan?
Well, I saw confidence from her last week, and I think we were all waiting for that. I mean, I almost asked her how the bag switch was still going at the press conference yesterday because of how long she's been out and how little she's had still with the new disc that she's put in her bag. But I saw confidence from her. I feel like the game was starting to look like it was last season, and she mentioned that it does feel different. The way she approaches the game is a little bit different. So now that she got the victory, I think now, like she said in the press conference, she believes that she can do it again. And now she's right back in the mix. She's another contender. At this course, a lot of the players are saying you just have to stick fairways and make your putts, and she putted fantastic last week. So I think she has a shot at taking down the victory yet again and going back to back.
Yeah, Brian, I saw something in her game last week that reminded me of, say, a quarterback that goes from high school to college and has that experience where the game finally slows down for them again. And there was something about her demeanor last week that likened that to me. It looked like all of a sudden things settled. She trusted the ankle. She trusted everything else. And then she did it when it really counted on the putting green. Other players in the field, of course, some of whom we haven't talked about very much this year, and probably at the top of that list is Natalie Ryan. We've all heard all the stories surrounding Natalie Ryan and her eligibility when it comes to Disc Golf Pro Tour events this year. She is in the field in Milford, Michigan, and she is here to defend her title from the Discraft Great Lakes Open last year. So we made sure to catch up with Natalie in the press conference.
How does it feel to drive through the gates of Kensington back to the Toboggan?
Wonderful. Honestly, I didn't expect to be here. So now that I am, it's such a breath of fresh air.
You mentioned to me that last year when you won, that was your first time seeing the Toboggan course.
Yep.
There's obviously been a lot of changes made this year. Go back to your initial feelings when you played the original course that you played last year for the first time.
So I really, really enjoyed how open and freeing the course was last year. There was no real OB anywhere that was, forced or anything like that. And I very much enjoy courses that are that way. Now that they've added a ton this year, so it feels a little more constrained, a little more tight, which isn't bad by any means. It's just different.
Brian, coming off of Idlewild, you moved to this seemingly more open and more distance-friendly track. Natalie, among a handful of players that come to mind that you would think Toboggan sets up very well for.
Yeah, got the backhand working really well. Natalie mentioned in the press conference that forehand, like we just saw on some of these highlights, is not working so well. Sounds like she's not going to be necessarily leaning on the forehand as much. Sounds like there's a lefty backhand that is in the works. I actually watched Natalie throw about a 380-foot lefty backhand hyzer. And at this point, Natalie is saying in the field, she's alternating backhand righty, backhand lefty, backhand righty, backhand lefty. And just one of those players that likes to practice in the field. Some players, even elite players, say they don't spend much time in the field, but she's a gym rat in that regard. And I think eventually you get bored of throwing with the right hand. You want to go to the left hand. And Natalie mentioned that out here, there's going to be 3 or 4 opportunities to throw that lefty. So we'll just see how the game shakes up there.
Natalie already on course, a rough start, recovering from that start, back to +1 on the day, on the fringes of the top 10 currently, with nearly 50 players in the FPO field this week. You mentioned in your question to Natalie during the press conference, Brian, the course changes here at Toboggan, and I think they're going to be a big part of the story, at least in the early half of the tournament, because so many of us watching are so familiar with this course, even if we've never set foot on the property. And now they've gone and changed it up on us. More importantly than that, they've changed it up on the players. We'll talk about those changes to the Toboggan course right after this on the only worldwide disc golf network.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Back here at Tournament Central in Milford, Michigan, the Discrafts Great Lake Open presented by Grip 6. The latest stop before we came to Michigan, down at Ledgestone in Central Illinois. Our friends at Uplay were there. What were they up to? Let's find out.
If I could have all children that want to play disc golf with the pros come down to the field, adults, we hope you enjoy the show.
Why do third graders always have so much better form than I have? It's a mystery, but I know a few that might make some money if they're willing to give me some lessons. Down on the ground, Brian Earhart with the PDGA's Matt Rothstein. Take it away, guys.
Well, Matt, I have to ask you, I mean, there's so much going on in the world of disc golf. We got the playoffs here in Kensington, but let's talk about what else is going on with PDGA.
Well, while the Disc Golf Pro Tour and DGN is busy, you know, here at DGLO, PDGA, we're getting ready for Worlds coming up in just a couple of weeks in Vermont. And as part of that sort of Worlds Month celebration, we just released our documentary, The Holy Shot, about the 2021 PDGA Pro Worlds. It's on YouTube now, free for all viewers. It's been on Disc Golf Network for a year. Now it's on YouTube. Everyone can check it out. We're really excited about it, Brian. I don't know if you remember back to 2021. We're coming out of the COVID boom. There are more disc golfers than ever. And then this amazing event at the 2021 Worlds happens. Katrina Allen, James Conrad, things that we will never forget in our sport. We were fortunate enough to be there with our cameras. We produced, a documentary that we are really proud of. It tells the story of that whole COVID boom, tells the story of that 21 Pro Worlds and James's amazing shot. So the reviews are stellar. People seem to love it. People say that this is the kind of content they want to share with their friends and family. People who don't know disc golf, this is the kind of content that can pull people in and introduce the sport and then get them hooked with probably the most amazing moment the sport's ever seen.
Well, it was a phenomenal moment to witness in person, but also the documentary captured it so perfectly. And yes, it's a perfect thing to show new people who are curious about the professional side of disc golf. With that said, thank you, Matt. I'm going to throw it back to you in the booth, Grant.
Thanks, guys. Well, as we mentioned, part of the story this week is the course itself and the changes that have been made since the last time we were here in Michigan. We could talk about the course changes, but why not let the players do that for starters?
So much OB now. I love it because people that are throwing those bad shots and going aggressive will get punished. And I think for myself this weekend, I'm gonna probably play like 5 holes for par.
There's a lot more OB, but it was OB that made sense. I think that being a more open course, I think having more OB is a good thing.
As far as the OBs go, they're in places I wasn't intending to go before anyways, so it's just, still trying to throw the same shot as last year. And, you know, if I do that, then I'm not going to be challenging that OB. So I don't feel like the course plays, you know, it'll play harder just because when you do mess up, you're going to get punished with an OB stroke.
I think the OB, you know, on hole 1 alone, there's OB that's 20 feet from the basket, and you're going to have, you're going to have the birdies and you're going to have your bogeys. So that's 2 strokes right there.
I just feel like play placement or play smart in this court is very important, and especially when they add a lot of OB this year. I just feel like it makes it even for people throw far and then people throw short.
Really, it was to make it more exciting and to get rid of the 75% par holes. Even for FPO, hole 18 was a few pars and a bunch of bogeys, just super boring for FPO. And I think what we've done is created excitement while still keeping the course fair.
Brian, 2 things about that stood out to me. One, the general consensus that the OB is a good thing and that it makes sense to the players. The second is the fact that players, even of the caliber of a touring champion, are going to be playing certain holes to par. That's interesting to me, that they're going to be playing certain holes safe, and they've already made that part of their game plan. What have you seen of the changes with your own eyes?
Well, I think it's funny. There's this old sentiment that was around for a very long time that artificial OB is awful and we shouldn't use it and the course should speak for itself. I think at this point with the talent level that we have, I think we've started to see that courses without a lot of artificial OB to punish bad shots in certain parts of the course don't have the scoring spread that a lot of people are looking for at the top level. And I think now at the Toboggan, I think people have been asking for OB for years now, and we finally are getting it in the spots that I think are appropriate. So now we have a true championship level course that now the players don't get to walk all over and shoot 18 under par like Paul Macbeth did a few years back. It's going to be a course you have to earn your score, earn your birdies every single time. And I think this is going to help the scoring separation. At least that's my prediction.
Well, and Brian, mixed in there, of course, are props to course designers finding ways to make OB, as they said, again, make sense, even if it is, as you said, artificial. We're flying over hole number 3 right now, Brian. What are your assessments of the changes to number 3?
Well, first off, I have to say, for those of you watching this that have not seen hole number 3, this drone flight is not doing justice to how downhill the shot truly is. I mean, you can throw a mid-range or putter 450 feet off this tee shot because of the elevation loss. The big thing that I have to note here, the big change is the OB all down the right side. Over that berm over there on the right is all blackberry bushes and thorns, and it is terrible underbrush. That used to be all safe. And players that would throw a drive that would get pushed nose down and flip over would have to actually go and spend a long time looking for their discs. A lot of times spotters couldn't even find the discs that were going in there, and it was causing tons of backups all the way back to hole number 1, pushing tee times back. So just for pace of play, the new OB on the right is going to be great, but also we don't need players having to go and dig for their discs and bat the cards up. So I'm very excited about that change, but in general, it is just such a fun hole. So many players just wait to get to throw that tee shot off that mountain.
And Brian, something I noticed in that flyover that's going to be important to our viewers on screen this weekend, in certain instances, the signage does not necessarily mark the OB line. In some cases, it doesn't even parallel the OB line. Players will be conscious of where the stakes are, not just where those low foot and a half tall signs are, because those are not necessarily where the islands and the various peninsulas of OB are exactly placed on those fairways. Well, Brian, playoffs mean big paychecks, and big paychecks mean Missy Gannon. We'll hear from Big Money Missy right after this on the network.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Now we're here in Michigan. It's playoff time. How are you holding up?
Good. Yeah. I like I've said, I try to, take care of my my body and my mind, and especially during this stretch of the season, I really have to be more aware of how I'm feeling, and and just try to do everything I can without overdoing it.
Brian, Missy has a reputation for being sort of a second half of the season player. And I'm wondering, is that a mental characteristic, a perseverance, or is there also a physical aspect to Missy's game that gives her the ability perhaps to overcome or stave off injury and perform very, very well as we get into the really tiring portions of the season?
Well, I think we're watching a breakthrough from Missy Gannon. I mean, she's been just continuously getting better on all fronts for a very long time, ever since she started touring full-time. I remember in previous seasons, she had mentioned to me that dealing with expectations from successes early on was a challenge for her, and it was causing her to burn out towards the end of the season. So now you're seeing a much different mindset, and I think experience has to do with it. I think realizing that, oh yeah, the season is long, the season is grueling, there's not a lot of time to rest, especially if you want to rise up the ranks in the point series. So it seems like she's really just taking herself a little bit less seriously. She's not playing as many practice rounds, especially if she knows the course. She's just dealing with her, playing with intuition. And she mentioned to me off camera that the way she approaches these championship rounds and these big situations, she tries to carry this almost arrogant attitude into the round. She said, as long as I don't affect anybody negatively, I try to be as supremely confident in myself as I possibly can be. You don't have to have every shot as long as you're confident in the one ahead of you. And I think that's what Missy's been carrying into this point of the season. I think it's awesome to listen to her speak this positively at this point in the year.
Joining her on that lead card for the day will be Ohn Scoggins. Back in July, Ohn took down a PDGA major at Masters Worlds in Flagstaff. 2 weeks later, she hoisted a trophy that's about as tall as she is when she won the Oar at the Mid-America Open. And since then, 2 second-place finishes in a row. What will be the difference maker between first and second for Ohn Scoggins this week at the Toboggan course?
I think she's going to have to play really clean. I mean, this course is long, and she knows it. She knows that the hot round, what she said in the presser, was going to be 7, 8, 9, maybe even a 10 under if somebody catches fire, but she's happy with 4 or 5 under par. So I think if she just sticks to her own game plan, just like she always does, she gets the disc in the basket, like she's probably the best at in the division right now, I think she's going to be just fine. And like she said, she likes the OB. She thinks the OB plays into her advantage because of the fact that she just likes to hit gaps, hit fairways, and then make the magic happen from the second shot onward. She led the Mid-America Open from strokes tee to green. I mean, she's throwing the disc fantastic right now. I think everybody likes to talk about her short game being so good, but she's starting to get it done off the tee as well, and that's why she's just been so consistent this year. There isn't really a course that can stop her, and she's played some really long courses this year, and she's done very well. I think it's just going to show you that course management on some of these tougher courses is more important than anything flashy or aggressive.
We made sure to get a few moments with Ohn Scoggins yesterday.
Placement or play smart in this court is very important, and especially when they add a lot of OB this year. I just feel like it makes it even for people throw far and then people throw short to can make the score the same. You know, like some throw far. Like I practice with my girlfriend, and both of them throw farther than me, but I still get the same score as them at the far hole. So that's why I feel like who throw very accuracy, lay up in a good place, not OB, we will take a very good score this weekend.
If you're wondering how the players were sorted for this first day of play, it was by way of tour standings. Missy Gannon will be on the final feature card of the day, along with Owen Scoggins. Joining them, Katrina Allen. Katrina is third in tour standings by way of points. That may surprise some people, though, based on how Katrina has been playing lately. What are your thoughts about Katrina coming into the playoffs this year, Brian?
Well, I think the fact that she's third in the point series, and yet every time you seem to talk with her about her game, she's not satisfied at all. She keeps saying that she's working through her backhand form. She's not satisfied with how the disc is coming out of her hand, and yet she's still placing well. I mean, this is the mark of a major champion. This is a mark of a multiple-time major champion. Someone who can show up to a tournament not feeling their best and still put up good numbers. And that goes to show you that golf is not perfection. Not everything is going to be firing on all cylinders every single weekend, and I think she has the experience to know that, and she's cleaned up other parts of her game. She says her forehand feels deadly right now. So that mixed with her putt that's come such a long way, and now she's one of the best putters in the division, I think she's going to be just fine. But yeah, last week was a rough week for her, but again, Idlewild is just kind of a grab bag. Anything can happen out there, and if it's not your week, it's not your week.
Ella Hansen, the last member of our final foursome. Brian, it seems that this course would set up very well for Ella. What do you see in Ella's game, Brian?
Well, yeah. Well, I wanted to say here, it seems like this course would suit Ella's game very well, but just like Owen said, having distance is not going to give you that much of an advantage. Only on a few holes will advancing the fairway 50 to 75 feet farther than everybody else actually give you an advantage. You have to stick fairways out here. I'm curious to look at the statistics after round one and see how well the players that just are doing well in fairway hits are placing as well.
The Mondahano sisters already on course and pacing the field as we go to live disc golf action from Discraft's Great Lakes Open. We'll be back at halftime between the FPO and the MPO field later today. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner. Thank you for watching Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network.
Courses, 4 rounds, tons of points on the line. Last year we saw heartbreak in the playoffs, but it's going to be a really exciting final stretch.
A part job? A part job from Gannon. Oh my goodness.
Big money Missy doesn't miss.
That's crushed. This looks great.
Ricky Wysocki, Pro Tour champion.
I don't know what to feel right now. I'm proud of me. Proud of myself today.
Get out of here, Calvin Heimberg. Bang, bang. Fireworks have been set. Calvin Heimberg has been pretty much running the show on the tour. He's not on the podium. He's not far off.
Welcome to the Disc Golf Pro Tour Playoffs presented by Barbasol. The tour has headed 300 miles north, and we've arrived at the famed Toboggan course as we start the 2023 Discraft Great Lakes Open presented by Grip 6. Arcana current conditions offer up temperature at just 65 degrees, humidity 79%, the wind at 14 miles per hour coming out of the south and southwest. Welcome in, everyone. Tim Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, your host this weekend, alongside Zoe Andyke. Zoe, we are officially starting off the playoffs.
Wow, we're finally here. This is an incredible timing. Some players are tired, some players are ready. Some players have been training for this their entire season and really need these points.
What are some of the things that a player has to take into consideration in terms of maybe their pacing throughout the year, their injuries, anything else that is either nagging or elevating them to that next level here for the playoffs?
Yeah, so it's going to be a different mix, whether we're talking about a player that really needs just one practice round because they know this course. They just need to refresh some changes and then just skate, taking care of the body. Some people call that tapering before the World Championships. Other players, newer players on tour, younger players, really need a lot of practice rounds. They haven't been to a course like this before and need to know how to throw at this elevation for those 150% points.
Well, as we said, the famed Toboggan course and the playoffs mean what little difference in terms of the field sizes. We've trimmed down to 96 MPO competitors for this event, 48 on the FPO side. Those are close to normal numbers with a little bit of trimming. However, the MVP Open, which we'll see next month, that will be just 72 MPO competitors and 36 on the FPO side. And then once we get to our Tour Championship presented by Barbasol, it'll be 32 MPO and just 20 FPO. And of course, that's what everyone's playing for here in our Disc Golf Pro Tour season. And as we take a look at where the points come in and how much points matter, when you're looking at a playoff event, a major, an Elite Plus, all of those offer up 150% in terms of our point multiplier. So it's a time to make a move. And also, when you're in the playoffs, those are additive. Those will be put onto your card and your record for your entire season. And picking up no shortage of points and cash, big money Missy Gannon. And she has been on a tear as of late. We look back to the Des Moines Challenge where she finished in second place. Then at the Preserve, a fourth place finish, just barely off the podium. Going out there and doing work in Minnesota, a few hours north. Then heads across the pond over to the PCS Open in Norway, a second place finish. Third at the major, the European Open in Finland. Apparently jet lag not a problem at any point as she traveled across. Then to come back and take down the title, the Ledgestone Open. She defends her title, maybe even just as importantly, and picks up a significant paycheck. And then just a few days ago at Idlewild, there's the throw-in on hole number 15. She finishes in fourth place. So right on or near the podium. And we take a look, we see she has not finished outside the top 5 since the Des Moines Challenge, and currently the number 2 player in the world.
Well, and with performances like that, long-lasting, long-running, that solid, no wonder she's second in the world. She has certainly earned that spot. She's not doing it from one place on the course. It is a balance of her entire game.
And of course, Kristen Tatar is our number 1 rated FPO player in the world. She's playing in the European Championships taking place in her home country of Estonia this weekend. So we wish Kristen and all of our other fellow competitors that we often see here in the U.S., we wish them the best of luck in Estonia.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Ledgestone Group and the Michigan Disc Golf Organization, we'd like to welcome you all to the 41st Annual Discraft Great Lakes Open, presented by Grip 6. You're now ready for our 9:20 tee times. Teeing first, from Caldwell, Idaho, Sarah Holcomb.
Great forehand opportunity for Sarah Holcomb to kick things off, a previous champion here at the event.
From Grass Valley, California, Jessica Weiss.
I was a little worried about that angle. Drastically spilled over to Anheuser. May not have made it back in bounds.
No problem finding fairway for Murch.
Holland Hanley.
And no surprise to see Hanley also go with a forehand tee shot on the downhill, hole number 1.
All 4 competitors on our chase card opting for the sidearm. A great play. And to start things off on hole 1, it's a par 3 that's 516 feet, but you can see just from this flyover view, this is drastically downhill, 60 feet downhill elevation loss. There's OB right, left, and behind. OB lining the entire fairway. Now, you're going to see all weekend long that we're going to have some A and B pin positionings. All pin positions will be in position B today, which will be some of our newer pin placements as well we'll get to take a look at.
As our players make their way down the fairway of 1, we'll check in with Valerie Mundahano. Last weekend's champion at Idlewild. This is the tee of 8. And no problems finding the center of the fairway. And Weiss will find herself just outside of the circle. As you're seeing the addition of so many white stakes lining the fairways. That was one of the major talking points of the overall press conference yesterday. Players recognizing and seeing that this course has been tightened up because of that OB that's been added. Do you feel like overall that we had a sentiment of people liking that, finding it positive?
Yeah, actually, listening to our press conference yesterday and then just catching up with a few of our other players, everyone deems this OB very appropriate and not that much harder. It just punishes shots that land in places you should not find yourself.
It certainly seemed like the theme for most of the players, saying, well, you shouldn't be over there anyway. So the fact that that would have been an errant shot and now you may have a stroke added to your scorecard. And you're seeing in the lower right, Alexis Mundahano off to a great start so far, 4 under through 6 holes. Simple backhand approach there for Holcomb. And Valerie looks to have gone out of bounds. So what should have been a relatively routine approach finds trouble. And the birdie bid for Holland Hanley will likely result in a par.
What a drive, getting herself up to just outside of circle's edge. If she can do that round 1 and round 4, that is an excellent opportunity to score on the field. This hole is playing about a half point over par right now.
The rest of these look like short tap-ins, so we're going to go ahead and play through.
While I do have a lot of different versions of the Thrasher in my bag, the main go-tos are those Thrashers that I got when I first joined the team. And that just tells you how consistent those stock runs are.
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller? Ja. Checka det här. Åh, jävlar. Snyggt.
Welcome back. We're rejoining Kat Merch on the tee of 2. Not her best tee shot. That's going to be on the high left side, along with some awkward footing. Great positioning for Hanley.
That was a nice little ground play off of that left side hill.
The roll not too punishing for Weiss as we take a look at our UDisc course close-up. We're out here at the Kensington Toboggan course in Milford, Michigan, rated number 8 of all the Disc Golf Pro Tour courses. Only open for June through July, and then also in October and for the Great Lakes Open. Par 68 coming in at 9,169 feet. And we have B pins in place on holes both 1 and 2. And what to watch for? Well, hole 15 there, your best scoring separator. We'll see how that plays here in the 2023 version. Head on over to UDisc and discover over 14,000 courses. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. And the third member of our broadcast booth is out there on the ground. That's Brian Earhart. Brian, how are we feeling this morning? How are things looking out there at the Toboggan?
Oh, Terry, it is a beautiful sunny morning. Gentle breeze blowing off of my right shoulder as I look back up to hole 1's tee pad, making the hole a little bit tougher than it normally is. But, man, we're used to seeing almost 100-degree weather out here, so this is a nice change of pace.
Brian giving us some insight as to the weather and temperature. We appreciate that, Brian. He's all geared up for 4 days, 8 rounds, up and down these hills. Brian, you're a much tougher man than I am, so we appreciate you being out there.
It's going to take some endurance for all people on the ground, but Brian Earhart might need the most.
Zoe, I got to tell you, I'm going to have to do my squats and yoga every morning because, yeah, this course has 120 stories of elevation gain and loss. So, yeah, it'll be a nice workout for me. I'll have to get my protein shakes in after each round.
And, of course, you also can hear from Brian on Tournament Central. So he has a jam-packed weekend ahead of him. And Brian, I'm sure after all of the rounds out there, you've learned to pick your spots where there's a little bit of a shortcut and where you can take a breather and make sure you conserve that energy for 8 total rounds out there. We appreciate you, buddy. As we're watching now, Sarah Hokum throw on 2.
And that's just outside of the circle. That will give her the opportunity to card the birdie.
Hanley with a standstill second shot. Trying to crest the hill and just outside of the bullseye.
Beautiful shot.
Your number 2 player in the world, Missy Gannon, will tee off on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Grip 6
But it came
belt,
through
the only
the
belt on
broadcast,
the market with the no gut pinch guarantee. The Grip 6 is so light and thin that you'll barely even notice it's there. Its smooth, low-profile design makes this belt the most comfortable belt in the world. Overly confident much? You're damn right. Because on top of being the most comfortable belt in the universe, each Grip 6 belt comes with our A3 Guarantee, meaning if you don't like any belt for any reason at any time or in any condition, you can just contact us and we'll give you a full refund.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
This company's being bled like a stuck pig, and I got a paper trail to prove it. It's this Orbit mystery box that's releasing August 21st. It just doesn't make any sense. So there's 5 discs, including 1 Moonshine Orbit and 1 Orbit Eye, but that's not all. Some of the discs have a chance of being like 15 different discs, and so almost every box is completely unique. It's a $114 value, we're selling for less than $60. How does that math work?
You could do the math, or you could find out for yourself by ordering an Orbit mystery box on August 21st at ddiscs.com/orbitbox.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
The Innova Alien, our newest multi-purpose disc. It's like nothing you've seen before. With a pretty beefy mid-range bottom, but a very familiar sonic top, it creates physics-defying stability. From intermediate to pro-level power, backhands to forehands, the Alien. Flying to a dealer near you.
Holland Hanley with a birdie look.
Oh, just chaining out left-hand side. Was a bit high left on the chain assembly, though.
We took a look at our early leaders and front runners. Alexis Mundahano, 4 under through 6. Corver, that's Juliana, our 5-time world champ. She's 2 under through 5. Juliana, of course, played here in 2000 when this course, I believe, was first debuted at the 2000 Pro World Championships. Quite a different sight back then. I was lucky enough to compete as well. Looks like we're going to be ready to go here in just a moment. Our final feature card of the day.
On behalf of the Ledgestone Group and the Michigan Disc Golf Organization, we'd like to welcome you all to the 41st Annual Discraft Great Lakes Open, presented by Grip 6. We're now ready for our feature card. Team first, from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Katrina Allen.
And that is great placement for Katrina Allen. We heard her talk last week in the press conference about how she's leaning into the forehand a lot more.
Also a bread and butter shot for Owen Scoggins to go with the forehand off the tee of 1.
Team next, from Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
The only competitor out of our top 8 in the first 2 cards to throw a backhand. Missy gets a beautiful turnover shot way up the fairway.
I go as far as saying that's the closest shot that we've seen of our first 7 or 8 competitors so far. What a shot by Gannon. Now Ella Hansen, who's going to go to the forehand.
Big distance there as well, Terry. Center cut for Ella Hansen.
And Missy Gannon, just like we saw a few weeks ago at Ledgestone, coming out firing on all cylinders. Hole number 1, we're going to give that a patented Missy Gannon move here to get things started. We can reach out to our friends over at Sunstein Law if you need any copyright, patents, trademarks, anything of that nature. Our friends at Sunstein Law are who you should rely on. Find them on sunsteinlaw.com. Another big downhill shot. Kat Murch on the tee of 3.
Yes.
And that looks great. She should be yelling. This is a great looking shot.
Wow, talk about setting yourself up in position.
Mundahano has a bogey putt. And so she will slow down slightly as she's gone through the 7th, but still has a 1-stroke lead. Take a look at the early goings here in our top 10 competitors. Everyone hovering right around just 1 or 2 under. Zoe, do you have any guesses as to what you think a hot score might be by the end of the day?
Man, this is such a tough one with the added OB playing it about a stroke or 2 harder. We're guessing, and then some of the things we've heard from the field. I'm going to call a 6 down our first hot round.
Owen Scoggins coming in hot, way too hot, deep of the basket. She's going to be short of the OB, but that is significantly long.
A circle 2 putt coming back for Owen.
Kat with the better touch.
And as she called it, becoming more and more dangerous with her sidearm. More accurate, I guess would be the word.
I don't want to get in the way of that sidearm either, though. So dangerous might be the appropriate phrasing. See how aggressive Ella is. Not only does this play uphill, but also an elevated basket. So just basically trying to lay up.
And take note, depending on which side you're approaching the basket, we have OB well inside the circle. If you're looking at it right now from this angle, it's at about 3 o'clock. So right side of the basket. And with these different pin variations in A and B, we're going to have to take a look at where the OB is. It sneaks up inside that circle a lot.
As Owen is heading out to her very deep approach shot. Also taking note that Gannon has a look for birdie, and she would be the only one in the division to get it if she converts. But now Owen has work to do to save par.
And again, taking a look at those OB stakes not far behind.
Off the top, so not short in terms of power. We're going to find Owen Scoggins likely carding the bogey to start.
Terry, I'm getting similar feelings to Northwood's Black, where Missy Gannon was the only birdie carded on the first round there and in the entire history of tournament competition. Can Gannon start off her D-Glow tournament the same? And just right of the mark. I saw Missy put up a safe signal with her hands, so I'm thinking it landed short of the OB.
So she will not be the lone birdie in the division, and truly had the best look at it out of all competitors as well. So an opportunity missed.
First putting stroke looking solid, like we've seen from Kat.
See just how close Missy was to the OB line that you were referencing there, Zoe. Now we have Ella Hansen for par.
And a nice high center chains catch.
And this will be a little bit of a confidence check for Gannon. She's not much farther away, or much closer, I should say, than I feel like she was a moment ago. And knowing that you've missed the birdie, she certainly has to refocus and center up and bring this one home, because the last thing you want to do is turn this into a bogey.
Yeah, and you're right, Terry. She's looking at downhill behind the basket. And confidence checked off. Go ahead and put a check mark in hole one's box.
Scoggins will be in for bogey. Anything you see here, Zoe?
Yeah, we'll take a look. And right here in our release and in our follow through, her shoulder alignment and where her hand is extended. Let's just slowly go through this again. Is just about 6 inches right, maybe 4 inches right of Missy's regular mark. The putt itself looks just like Missy's repeatable, beautiful stroke on the season. It's just that her body isn't quite lined up. I think you can also tell that in her right hip.
They'll make their way to the tee of 2 now with Alexis. Tee of 8. Oh, and finds the one tree in the fairway. It's very similar to where we saw Valerie a little while earlier. Now, Murch on 3.
And after going quite a bit downhill, the players find themselves going back uphill just about 12 feet in elevation here. So she will have a tap-in.
Yeah, that is a par 5 on the FPO side, so that looks to be an eagle opportunity for Murch. You truly couldn't play it any better than what she just did. 2 perfect shots.
No wonder she was so hyped off the tee shot.
As it was coming in, all I kept thinking is you can't throw it better than what we just saw from her. So we'll see if she can convert. But now we're back on 2 with Allen. This is pulled right. We'll see if it drifts back out, and it does. So Allen stays clear of the trees, just barely flirting with those branches on that right side.
Couple of well-placed tee shots. Missy on a really nice side of the fairway. There's only a very slight, and we're calling it slight, flatness of a landing zone right about where Missy's disc landed. A lot of players are looking to get there, but Ella is looking to surpass the whole thing and going for big distance up this hill. She gets it. That'll just create a little more drastic uneven footing.
Great angle coming out of Onskagen, center of the fairway. And over on 8, we have Luke Lorentzen.
And you can see how far left her tee shot was, really setting her up for a good and a comfortable angle to approach the basket.
Everything widens so much greater on that left side, making your approach and giving your options so much more coming in from that left side. Kind of like here on hole number 2. I feel like if you land on the left side of this fairway, it just widens things up for the righty backhand coming into the green, which is what most players will do on their second shot if they're close enough. Owen's going to try and get a look. She essentially has to go almost exactly at 12 o'clock. And so if she were pushed over 20 feet, per se, to the left, that would give her a hyzer line, a little more openness to it. And now it looks like she's debating if she's going forehand or backhand. She's going to line up the forehand. Not too surprising coming from Scoggins. She'll try to push to that left tree and then have it fade back.
And she does that nicely. She's just a pace or 2 outside of the bullseye.
Alexis pitched to here, so this is her 3rd. And she'll have that short tap in for the par. Cap bringing a couple different options to her run-up. And that's going to push short and left. So a long look for birdie for Katrina Allen.
And potentially a tree to contend with. I think she got a little bit of ground play and rolled behind there.
So now Missy is on this left side, and I just love how it opens up her angle with the backhand. Comes in just short.
And just taking a look at these players walking up the hill to get to the next person's shot, you can see how drastically uphill it is. Imagine trying to pull off a powerful run-up with this much incline. It's going to be the theme of the course today. And going past the basket, but she's inside circle one, is Ella Hansen.
And after 2 nearly perfect shots, Kat Mertz steps up to this from bullseye range and puts in the eagle on hole number 3. And we're going to take a look at this. This looks like our Halal guy's spicy shot of the morning as Kat Mertz finds bullseye. And of course, the Halal guys strive to delight each customer with unparalleled hospitality and mouth-watering food at great prices. Mertz to follow up the eagle on 3. Needs that to just get a good bounce. It's not so much that you hit the tree. It's a matter of where does it kick down and what position does it leave you in on that particular hole. Hitting the tree is not the worst thing in the world. Here's Allen from long range, and her jumper is off the mark. And we're seeing, as our players approach, there's a sign there. We saw it earlier. Brian, can you talk about the hazard or how they're handling what I believe are bees or wasps down there?
Yeah, there's some ground bees marked right where Missy's putter landed. So not the best lie, I'm gonna have to say, but she's still pretty close to the basket, Terry.
And Gannon does pick up the birdie here on 2. Hansen for birdie.
And I hate to see when any player pulls back their follow through. It's lacking commitment to confirm that flight path into the basket. That looked like a timid putt.
For par, and she makes the comebacker, so she's going to start out with a pair of pars on 1 and 2.
And on with the best of the bunch on the approach shots, gets the birdie.
That'll bring her back to even for the round. Katrina taking nothing for granted, going through her routine, and still doesn't convert on the short range putt. So Katrina's birdie look will turn into a bogey, and that one's going to sting. Alexis on the tee of 9.
And that never came back. Too much angle, and it couldn't actually handle it in the wind. We do have gusts out there of 15, and we've heard could get up past the 20-mile-an-hour mark.
I've also been sent a note from a local saying that it could get nasty out there in terms of some rain and thunderstorms that could potentially roll in yet today, too. And the eagle that we saw by Kat Murch, we should really just replay what she did, but instead we'll take a look at our flyover, the 915-foot downhill shot. Take it away, Zoe.
Yep, it is a perfectly deemed par 5. You can eagle this hole, as we just saw by Kat Murch, with 2 incredibly perfect shots. Or you can play understanding that we have new OB on this hole that hasn't been there before, all along that right-hand side. So the first landing zone is about where the shade and the sun meet on the left-hand side. Anything on the right is going to make it just a little bit more difficult, easier approach on the from the left-hand side. But right here, flying over these OB stakes that have been pulled way away from the sponsorship wall, it has been a tightened up green this year.
Big looking drive coming in from Missy, but it's on the right side and it doesn't look like it's kicked out. Brian, this is one of the most significant changes that we see on the course. We saw Kat Murch just eagle it, but talk to us about the wind and what's required here.
Well, Kat Murch played the wind perfectly. We have a nice gentle tailwind, maybe about 10 miles an hour coming off the tee pad. There's a little bit of a cross incorporated to the right. But yeah, it's nearly perfect wind for this hole.
And Scoggins getting a green flag. Let's see if Ella Hansen can take advantage of the big distance she has. Perfect. Absolutely
right.
Perfect.
Yeah, right in the middle. You said it, and that's way up there. She's very happy with that shot.
Well, chef's kiss. Now Katrina, who's talked about her backhand form being out of sync as of late, and that one is well off the mark. A tentative green flag.
And that will be in bounds, Terry. The OB does not start until about a little over a third of the way up the fairway from the left-hand side. So this is another look at how this disc just kind of fell out of her hand. Her body was aiming towards those feather flags. However, her hand let go of the disc a full second before her aiming point.
Yeah, Katrina Allen let us know just a week ago at Idlewild that she was really frustrated with where her game was at. In fact, she was second-guessing so much of her game and her release points, especially with her backhand and her overall run-up. Here's a few of her struggles that she's had as of late. This was back at OTB Open. This ultimately became a deciding factor in the event as she could not get onto the Peninsula Green and continued to throw out of bounds. Katrina Allen said last week that she was ready just to get on a plane and go home because she was so frustrated with where her game was at, and she powered through. She didn't have an overall great weekend at Idlewild, but she did power through, and Kat hopefully trying to gain focus as she'd like to pick up her third world title in just a few weeks in Vermont.
Yeah, you really want to go into the World Championships at the highest point of your confidence, at the highest point of your comfortability in your game. Katrina Allen looking to find that confidence in her stride and inside of her whole game. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that she is leaning into that sidearm skill, so a player that does have something to hold on to. It's a little bit more about what's going on between the ears and too much thinking, too much focusing.
Yeah, if my game gets off in terms of a train wreck, there's no backup boarding pass like she has in terms of going to a forehand. I'm just out of luck as Alexis is trying to get back to the green on 9. Murch has a birdie look up ahead on 4. And
beautiful.
Nice work by Murch.
And that was a long-range putt that looked so easy. There wasn't even a lot of legs involved there, mostly wrist and arm. But you did see the unevenness of her feet. So, I mean, it's all about this elevation and footing all throughout the weekend.
Elevation, distance. I'm going to draw a similarity or a parallel somewhat maybe to Jonesboro. And I want to throw that out to Brian for a quick question. Brian, do you see any of those similarities? And does that mean Kat Murch might be a serious contender this weekend?
Man, I can't say for sure. I mean, I can't even really speculate right now because of the fact that I don't think these players have played a 4-round tournament on this course with the weather coming in like it is today. So we'll just have to see. But Kat Murch is a great thrower, and if she continues like this, I mean, if she's sticking fairways, anything's possible. But with this wind, I mean, it's gusting up to 25 miles an hour. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, certainly power will be a huge advantage as we take a look at some of the flanners out there that are lining hole number 3. It looks like Missy Gannon was getting a spot from her card as to where she was last in bounds.
Yeah, it looked like the spotter gave her a spot that was about 40, 45 feet closer to the pin. However, the card brought her back, and they all worked out the appropriate placement. Missy, of course, having no trouble taking it there.
Yeah, and that's a great note to make as we're going to watch Owen Scoggins throw her second. And finds fairway, left side, giving her plenty of options. Is that a spotter typically is out there in an assistance capacity, but it always comes down to the group to ultimately make a final decision as Luque is in.
And she
long
made
range.
that look easy. That was in circle 2, Terry.
No big deal.
Seen some really nice additions and pieces of Luque's game. We saw her last weekend on a lot of coverage, and we're seeing her really kind of come into executing her goals. She said for years now she's been giving it a try on the tour, and things aren't lining up at the same time, whereas last weekend, and hopefully for the rest of the season, she can sync up this talent.
I think we saw her finish in 10th last weekend. She struggled during the final round, but still a solid finish as we're watching Gannon.
All the way over the OB, and oh, plenty clear. I was just going to say, remember, we have tightened up so much on that short green side, but Missy is well into it.
She looks calm now, but she was holding her breath just for a moment there, making sure that she got clear of this OB.
Full body commitment into it. If you had a chance to watch her follow through in the background there, all the way through, even with the downhill in front of her, you just can't let up here at the Toboggan course.
And over there in Discraft land, it looks like discs do grow on trees. She's just out there picking them out wherever you want. Oh, this looks good. I'm going to put this in my bag. Ella with her second. Should be a stock hyzer for her. We'll play it out over the out of bounds. It's coming in short. That's going to be around circle's edge. Hansen, not the best approach. She could have put that much closer.
But still setting herself up for the eagle opportunity.
Should be a guaranteed birdie at worst. Now Murch, tee of 5. The tunnel shot. This is leaking right. And it's going to challenge the right side fairway, but not a bad drive from Murch. Kat with her third, and you saw the wind push it down.
Oh no, I would have loved to see a lot more height on that for Kat.
And Brian, just to confirm, did that push down into the out of bounds? Was that a wind gust that pushed down?
Yeah, the tailwind picked up pretty bad, and it got slammed pretty hard.
Okay, and a moment ago we were looking for Alexis Mundahano, who was just pitching out, as she's recently found some trouble. And just a few moments ago we were talking about her being the leader through 6, and she has given a few back to the course. Kat Murch, though, you've seen the eagle and the birdie, and a great tee shot on 5. So last year, that would not have been considered out of bounds. All of that area was in bounds. This year, the new OB tightening things up. And it's going to claim the victim here of Katrina Allen.
Meanwhile, across the fairway, on Scoggins, we heard in the press conference she is planning to play to her layup or landing zones, and she is planning to execute that knowing that birdies will come, the opportunities will be there. Eagle is never really a thought. She just wants to keep it in bounds and hit her landing zones.
She's going to hang this one out plenty wide, looking for some skip and ground play, and she gets it. A tap in coming for Owen Scoggins.
So I would say a strategy well executed, but really well formulated. Knowing her plan, getting out there and practicing in the rain when most people wouldn't.
Kat Murch has a long look for birdie. That's going to be a tap in. And I don't think a single FPO player will be upset if you said, hey, we can offer you a par on all 4 rounds on hole number 5. I don't know that any FPO player would be like, no, I'd rather roll the dice. There's just so much danger on that hole.
It is certainly one of the toughest par 3s.
Hansen moving into her 3rd, so this is the look for eagle.
And off to the left-hand side again. So we're just hoping Ella can dial in the mark to the center pole. The speed and the height all looking good, but she is chained out left. And hoping that it will stay up. She's dealing with the wind elements. All of our competitors are dealing with the wind here, but when you have a wide open green like that, a lot of thinking takes place, much more so than your routine putt.
And we've got some tap-ins coming here on 3, so we're going to play through.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the halal guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
Welcome back as we take a look at our leaders in Kat Mertsch and Jennifer Allen, both sitting at 3 under. And Alexis to get to 3 under par. She will rejoin as a co-leader at 3 under.
Just a couple of struggle holes in 7 and 9, but a solid round for Alexis so far.
That's going to move to the right side. Owen will be going to forehand almost for sure from that right side. But the more you push right, the tougher your angle is, the more you're pinched off to actually get to the green. So you're looking for more center.
Beautiful shot in front of the grouping of guardian trees. She hit her line and just nailed it. That might have been better than she drew it up in her head. And Katrina going with the backhand roller. Looked like she needed a click more angle. That landed a little too straight up and down and went straight to the right.
And more so than it just being right, the angle she's going to have is going to be terrible as she's going to try to fight back into position. That is not the place to be. You'd much rather miss left than right here on hole number 4. And here's Luque trying to pick up all the points she can. She is 26th in our standings right now, so she's fighting for a way to try and get into our Pro Tour Championship. A little frustration from the Norwegian. Now Kat Mertsch throwing her second on 6. And she's up on the platform. And it looks like she'll be obstructed from that left side. Brian, of course, we're in the playoffs, 150 percentage points in terms of earning extra moves in our Pro Tour standings. What do you make of all the madness as we're rolling it here into mid-August?
I mean, this is an exciting time. I mean, we have so many 4-round tournaments coming up and so many big stages for these players to prove themselves. But right now, at D-Glow, the crowd has already shown up for round 1. It's expected to be a record crowd on the weekend. Michigan always shows up for these big events. Yeah, can't wait for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and thankfully we have partners. We saw them jump on board last year for our Pro Tour Championships. Of course, I'm talking about Barbasol. And this year, partners for the entire playoff season. Very exciting.
I love seeing the disc golf community and enthusiasm continue to develop as we return to these Elite Series tournament spots, these now playoff tournament spots appropriately in Toboggan. The crowds coming out on Thursday and selling out throughout the weekend is a testament to just how exciting it is to be a spectator When the level of play is this high and the field is this deep, unique winners and talent just gaining so much traction every day. Thank goodness we've got such committed fans. We're so happy to see them out there.
So frustration there from Katrina. That was actually her third. She had a shot prior to that. As I said, you cannot be on the right side of this fairway, or off the fairway, I should say. There's just very little movement that you can make. And on the bag there, we see Steve Mills, who is a champion on this very course. That's kind of where he really cemented his amateur into moving into his professional career, becoming a U.S. ADGC champion right here at the famed Toboggan course. And he's going to have to help out Katrina as best she can, and she's off to a very rough start so far.
And a good shot for Owen there. She's got a little bit of a putt left to make, but she gave the height to that approach shot that she needed. You cannot use ground play on this hole anymore to approach the green. You've got some tiered logs and mulch down now.
And the tee shot by Alexis on 11. Now we jump back, and you called it, Zoe. This is a perfect shot for Ella Hansen off the tee. Let's see if she can get on the board. Oh, no, and she throws it away.
Oh, Terry, it's so hard to watch that with such a beautiful shot. Most people are dreaming to be there in two. Just not what she was looking for. But I do want to talk about how those guardian trees have low-hanging branches. And again, we cannot use the hill anymore to slide up. So you got to hit the window and fly the disc to the base of the basket.
You just really could not have put yourself in a better position to attack this pin. So Hansen struggles now. Gannon.
Great upshot, hitting that window just perfectly. She's happy about it.
Holland Hanley with her second on hole number 6. Looking for some skip, and she'll get it. Comes in at circle's edge and then skips closer. As Kat pitches next to the pin. Brian, can you confirm, is that some new erosion control that I'm seeing out there on the green of hole number 4? Some railroad ties, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's a dual purpose. I mean, number one, it will prevent runoff and make it a little bit safer for the players to get up to the green when the rain starts to fall. I think safety's a very important deal with course design, but also, you can no longer get away with just chucking a driver into the side of the hill and sliding it up to the pin. This is actually going to make that second shot to get up there for the birdie a lot tougher.
Yeah, great addition that I'm noticing out here on the green of 4.
When the player has to be challenged to fly the disc, the added element there is a lot higher skill level because we do have the lower hanging branch.
Scoggins trying to get another birdie, and she converts.
And look at that drop off behind the basket, but never a doubt for Owen Scoggins.
Yeah, there's not really a safe angle when you're on this green. It kind of slopes away in almost every direction. And I was just thinking that this is a crucial putt for Kat's confidence. We saw her miss earlier back on hole number 2. She's clearly frustrated with some of her driving. And just as she was lining up for that, all I was thinking is she needs this to go in to find just a little bit of confidence in some part of her game. And, well, we'll see if she converts here. Now she's just going to step up and fire and not go through her routine, which is one of the few times in this entire season we've seen her that frustrated where she did not go through all parts of her routine. I'm a little worried about Kat's state of mind here, and if she's fully checked in and ready to go for the weekend, it's going to be a long one. Now to a different Kat. Murch. Long look, and that should be a tap-in par coming for Kat Murch.
And out here in the open, you can hear it and you can see it. Wind miles per hour to deal with. She's looking at a little bit of a headwind in the face. And chips it up next to the green. She's in the bullseye.
We saw the approach by Hanley. That's her birdie look, and she converts and picks up her first one of the day. Little crowd control, making sure there's no distractions. Off to the right side there for Scoggins, who's looking down on the fairway of 5. And that was just either too much stability or not enough turn, but either way, she gets an incredible kick out to the fairway.
That was a gift from the trees. This first hole that is just a tunnel hallway shoot. If you're off to the right or the left, it is a natural bunker.
Good kick.
We're getting some good love from the trees.
What a favorable kick for a misfire. Gannon's going to use the fairway.
And well done. Right down the middle.
Murch on the tee of 7. Oh, and that's set up nicely. Up on top of the platform of 7 puts you in good position. I like the centering. Kat Murch looking great now. Luque.
And she spin jams it into the center of the basket. The wind never had its way with her putter. I think she's tied it up. Yep, she is knotted up at the top. At a 3 down now, joining Kat Murch, Jennifer Allen, and Alexis Mundahano. So I said 6 down when I was given a guess. There's a lot of difficult holes coming, and in fact, some of these later holes in the back half, a birdie is, to me, out of the dreamland. You know, it's just out of the wheelhouse, but we'll see what these players can do. We're getting shocked daily by the talent out there and the skills. I still think 6 is going to be the hot score.
I'm going to hold you to it. Here's Luque. Oh, and this is a great drive on 12. Up the center. She'll be short, but she will have a look for birdie. We'll see how aggressive she wants to be with it. Rollaway is at the highest potential on hole 12.
Man, that kick for On's disc was just such. We're talking the premium gift right there. She's got a putt and will maintain the par. I don't think that would have been the case, or at least that easily done, if that tree kick wouldn't have been so good. You're going to hear us talk about it more and more throughout the entire round, throughout the whole weekend. But footing, elevation? Are you on an incline, a decline? Maybe your feet are on completely different levels. All weekend long, it's about finding balance and angle control. And then, you know, on a day like today, we've got to factor in the wind miles per hour. So these conditions and the demand from this course are amongst the highest that we will see.
Hansen not dialed in on the approach shots. We've seen some great drives from her, but the approaches have been lacking. We'll see if she can clean that up. Gannon connects with a tree that Owen had previously just snuck by and gets a terrible kick to the right side. That's going to leave her with a long look to save par. Another co-leader in Alexis Mondahano, throwing 12 uphill. Not really in birdie position from that right side, which might be a blessing. I've said that before. If you're, you know, not in great position to run it, just a layup on one of those dangerous greens might not be the worst thing.
Oh, early tree kick for Cat Merch there. It just directs her to the other side of the fairway.
Cat throws her second just outside of the bullseye. About 15 feet. We'll see if she can recover for par. Now Hanley has a birdie look.
And giving it a go from that far below the basket, I mean, that was an incredible bid. She'll be just underneath it.
Hansen fights out, so it looks like a bogey is coming. Now Merch has a birdie look, and that would be for the outright lead. But she's going to have to settle for par, and she's going to be very disappointed. She was in near perfect position off of the tee shot there. So that's going to be a disappointing par for Merch. Now, someone who'd be excited about saving par is Gannon here on 5.
And she was right in line, just comes up a little bit short.
Cat has a putt for par. And she connects.
And that one looked so much more comfortable and so much more in routine.
Also worth noting, Alexis Mondahano and Jennifer Allen, the only 2 birdies on hole number 5 here in this opening round. And 2 of them both out as front runners in the tournament. So kind of picking up a bonus birdie here on hole number 5.
There's a couple.
Ella's in for bogey.
There's a couple par 3s out here just like this, Terry, where par is a premium and a birdie will be very difficult for anyone in the field.
And the bogey tap in for Gannon. Here's Alexis with her second. She really needs to control the angle to get it to stop, and a perfect approach. That'll be a tap in par for Mondahano. Zoe, we're going to take a look at your keys out here, brought to us by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, Terry, what goes up must come down. And when I say that, we are talking about the hills and the elevation. And my first key is stamina. We're well through the season. We are into the playoffs. You got to have stamina built up at this point, and conditioning of the muscles is a must. Then we're going to switch over and we're going to talk about commitment to your angles, because we have so much incline, decline, incline, decline. We have to match the angle of the slope and know the difference between throwing a flat shot, throwing uphill, and throwing downhill, and then what type of stability to match it to. And then from previous years, the stats prove it all. C2 putts made is going to find you on the podium.
Luque's got a C2 look, and this could be to take the lead.
And take a look at this putt. The flatness. I like what she has done to her putt, though. She's added so much more of the spin to the hybrid spoosh putt. Another look at the leaderboard right now. Everyone in the top 10, tied top 8 is under par at the moment.
We head to 6. I'm going to throw it out to Brian for a moment. Brian, we're on 6, but talk to us about the ideal landing zone if you could, because I feel like this is a very difficult hole to navigate.
Well, you know what's interesting, Terry? It looks like if you land just before that big ditch, that's the perfect landing zone. But I talked to the spotter that's been here all day. He mentioned that the bottom side of this ditch is completely cleared out, and it's really not a big deal to actually land there. So I think players could get a little bit more aggressive, but I think just from years past, it used to be kind of a no-no to land there. So a lot of players are pitching up short.
Yeah, and to your point, thank you, Brian. We just saw Ella Hansen. It looked like she threw it about 30%, just playing for position and not trying to bite off too much on this particular tee shot.
Missy, however, was putting some effort in, and she had a driver in her hand there. She looks like she'll be obstructed.
Maybe indicating what she's hoping to take here, a 3 on 13. Alexis sits 3 under. And what a beautiful shot. Let's hope she made it all the way to the opening. If so, that should set her up well for a birdie look.
Keep an eye on, okay, guys?
And although she was calling for our spotters to keep an eye on it, Owen absolutely parking it right outside of the bullseye.
Husband Justin on the cart for her. Justin often talks about, I remember seeing him a few weeks ago, and he was saying, yeah, we're rushing out of Ledgestone just to get down to Idlewild, just to get in more practice that same day, because as if one round wasn't enough, plus a 4-hour drive. Owen often talks about how hard and how often she practices. It looks like it's paying off here. Should be a tap-in birdie, and great positioning as well for Hansen. Now can she take advantage of this one? And that puts her inside the circle. One of her better approach shots. A well-placed drive here for Katrina.
Yeah, that really opens the fairway up for her. And the sidearm is just lacking a little bit there. Cuts into the trees and gets kicked out.
Yeah, sawed it off early down to that right-hand side.
Oh no, you never want to hear that noise right out of the hands. Not very much advancement for Alexis.
She did not quite make it all the way to the next gap to that tunnel, so she was trying to take a shortcut and get through and was hung up. Now, Gannon has a very small window here for her approach. That'll give her a look.
Yep, smart play, and she used a little bit of ground action, made the gap. She's got an opportunity. Yeah, from almost the same place as Alexis, she's looking and squaring up that same gap inside of the trees. She puts the right amount of touch on it, and check this out. She's deep of the basket in circle one.
Cat Murch, T of 8. And past that tree. That's the tree on that right side of your screen that we saw, both Valerie and Alexis get hung up in. So good positioning. And a short approach from Katrina Allen should leave her with a par look. See the wind. We've been relatively void of wind for the last few events, and I think it's trying to make up for it today. Coming in around 15 miles per hour. And a great approach there by Cat Murch. And now Mandahano with her third.
You can see just how difficult it is to get out of that spot. So good for Alexis to find her way back to the fairway. And that's a difficult putt for anybody. You got a side hill, uneven stance. You're outside of the circle. She had proper height, but a little right of the basket. A smooth stroke and well executed for Ella.
Just barely squeaks it in. Hole 6 is playing as the 13th most difficult hole on the course. 26% of our field have found birdie. That number is going to increase as Owen taps in. Gannon is in for her par after we saw Kat quickly tap in as well. Luque, trying to become our outright leader, steps up very quickly and fires it in. A bogey-free 4-under effort so far today through 13.
I'm telling you, Terry, the work she's put in on that putt with more spin, less up and down, more directly at the target is really serving her.
So 2 of our hottest scores on that card, and Kat Murch. She now moves to 4 under, and a big smile, rightfully so. off to some hot starts here. Kat and Luque both sitting 4 under.
And we're seeing Haley King's name jump up into that top 10 leaderboard for the first time this round 1 event. Holly Finley and Juliana Corver and Holland all stacked up at the 2 down mark. We're going to see a lot of separation as we enter the back half of this course, though.
Okay, lining up here on hole 14.
And she finds her first landing zone perfectly. Well, actually, the landing zone.
And now we're going to take a look at what they need to do on 7, Zoe.
Par 4, 538 feet. OB lines the entire left side, and it's not the widest fairway. We've got some low-hanging branches, but really, once you get up to this approach point, notice how close that OB line is brought in. It is almost touching the bullseye once you get next to the basket. That's just well into circle 1, really.
And well off the mark, as that does not hook up. Scoggins left side fairway, and that's going to significantly cut off her angle to get to the pin.
Almost climbing to the top of those hills, or of the hill. Ella will be able to see the pin from there. Oh no. Not a stable enough disc and too wide of a release point. It's funny to think that 14 is the flattest hole on the course.
It is on our, yeah, it is on our FPO side. MPO side, a little different scenario.
Missy Gannon attacking this fairway, but just leaking out left. I do love this, the drive to go for it though versus placement.
Not a bad position as we head over to Kat Murch. Tee of 9.
A lot of airtime on that drive and a lot of wind having its way with her disc, not once but twice there.
Back on 14.
I think she kept that low enough just barely to stay in bounds.
And Owen trying to get around the corner. I was calling how the shot was going to be cut off in terms of the angle. And I really think she made the best of what she had there. She'll have a long look for birdie. Should at worst case scenario be a par.
Again, hitting a tree but taking a luckier kick. That could have gone the other way and stayed out of bounds for Ella. So happy to find herself inbounds.
A long birdie bid, and it finds the bottom of the basket.
And that was just fantastic. It almost looked like she already knew it was in as she was lining it up.
All smiles for Luque. And we're going to take a look. Our close shave replay brought to us by our friends at Barbasol. No problems from way downtown. If you're looking for a close shave, make sure you pick up your favorite can of Barbasol. And we see her right there in 26th right now in terms of our Disc Golf Pro Tour standings, trying to make a push forward.
And with play like we saw last weekend and today so far, she's on track.
Back with Gannon, trying to get a skip off the hill to drag her to the basket. And that'll be a look for birdie. Kat throwing her third. And that'll be a tap in. She hits the pull koozie. And after you just saw the big putt on 14, we've got Merch sitting in second here at 4 under with a solid approach on 9.
I was just looking at how uphill that approach was for Kat Merch and thinking about how many more hills, 120 stories we heard from Brian earlier. Stamina is really the name of the game, not just for the players, but for their caddies, for the entire crew out there on the ground bringing us this show. There's a lot of stamina involved in this weekend.
Hansen nearby now for the par. A solid putt for Missy Gannon.
Going to see a lot more straddle putting out of Missy Gannon this weekend when we normally see her in a track or offset stance. And that's just due to the fact that there's not a lot of flat ground out here.
Now on 15, Lorenzen. Showing off her skills from the other side with the forehand. She's your leader. We'll check back with her on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Introducing the F9, Prodigy's most understable fairway driver. The F9 is designed for beginners and lower arm speeds to get maximum distance, full flex flights, and effortless hyzer flows. The F9, available now at prodigydisc.com.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think Did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it. I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Welcome back. A tee of 8 with Missy Gannon.
You birdied that one.
Missy there.
It's on. Yeah.
Well, traffic control to see who's goes next. Owen Toboggan stepping up.
And all this is a flat and open look off the tee. It's a really small landing zone because there's OB right and left, and getting past that guardian tree center cut is a good shot. Big, huge forehand for Ella Hansen, inbounds. One of the best we've seen.
Okay, second shot. Just trying to come in on the face of the hill and get somewhat of a skip, and not much giving. So we'll see if she can convert on another long-range putt. Here's Kat Murch. This is to save the par after an errant tee shot. And we've got Brian Earhart out on the ground with better eyes than us. So, Brian, take it away.
Yeah, Missy's lining up kind of a tough backhand turnover. Hole's only 390, but it plays pretty significantly uphill. Yeah, it's going to be out of bounds for Missy. Just couldn't even drag that over to the right. A little bit of a tailwind crossing to the right off her shoulder. Didn't quite take advantage there. Rest of the card has 150 or so to the basket. Forehand, huge advantage here. Now Kat, after a solid forehand. Yeah, got the job done. Solid side of the basket.
Thank you so much, Brian. Now seeing Owen Scoggins. Short putt remains. And a solid approach shot there for Ella Hansen, leaving her in short range for birdie. And another look, this from Circle 2. I just barely off the mark.
Such a difficult circle 2 putt to card when you have that much uphill and uneven footing.
Easy work for Murch to find the fairway now. Gannon.
No lack of effort, just over the top left side. She'll have just a very short tap in to card the par.
This, like 12, I feel is kind of an all or nothing green. Either you want to, of course, hit the chains and fall into the basket, or you want to miss it entirely and then just have it land softly right next to it. Because if you grab metal, we've seen one of the nastiest rollaways of all time by Sarah Holcomb a few years ago. If you grab metal and it catches edge, it could be big trouble.
Oh no. And that was just a complete misconnect between hand, wrist, and brain. You could see that it was held on for about a whole half of a second after she planned on releasing it.
Cat goes through her routine, and that's just not fair. She did bring it in a little bit high, but then as it came down, you thought gravity would do the rest of it. Unfortunately, it's going to come back out at her. So Katrina struggling here.
Oh, and takes an extra second to confirm that that disc is going to find the bottom of the basket after watching her competitors just fall out.
Yeah, and when Katrina does have a miss, it feels as if sometimes it's on the high side of the chains. So that wasn't crazy to see it happen and have that reaction. I'm not saying that was a perfect putt by any means, but it looked as if it could have fallen in her favor, and it just simply didn't. And Missy had gone out of bounds, so this is for her bogey.
I wondered about that. Thank you for the update there, Terry.
We'll take another look at this. Kat going through her routines, and that is significantly high in the basket. It just looked like it wanted to come in for her, and nothing appears to be going right for Katrina Allen at the moment. That is tough to see. Someone who is having a good day and almost everything going right for her is Luque at the moment. She's on hole 16, downhill, 396 feet. Can she beat that tree? And the answer is no. And so easy to get off track on that tee shot, and to find all the additional OB they've added this year, going to make that hole that much more difficult to birdie. Murch with her second on 10. It looks like a tap-in birdie.
And Onscoggins choosing overstable discs. We're seeing a lot of that 1 mile per hour here in the open pickup, but it doesn't have the same effect, and she is hitting her landing zones. Off of the tee, we're losing about 64 feet of elevation. That's a lot of downhill, and so it makes it really hard for the players to choose the height that they want to release the disc at, because they want that distance, but they've got to match a little bit of the fall line.
And this is a somewhat of a recent change that we've seen in the last few years in terms of how hole 9 gets played. I believe last year was the debut of this particular fairway. Used to be a blind hyzer that too many players felt like was just playing plinko, and you were just kind of throwing it to an area and hoping for it to drop down near the basket. Now, pushing left side is Gannon.
It feels like this hole from the tee is a little bit of an optical illusion because you see players throwing a hyzer when they really need a straight shot.
And this is a par look after going out of bounds because that is the drop zone. And that looks like it barely checks up short of the OB as well on the deep side of the pin.
Yeah, you saw a big kind of sneaky smile. I got away with one there from Luque.
And no problems as Murch will tap in.
5 down on the round already.
And Luque will likely drop to 4 under as you're just seeing it happen there a moment ago. And Murch, once again, your outright leader. And we see the wind, the trees blowing, and we're taking a look at our temperature at 71 degrees, also matching in the humidity at 71%, 18 mile per hour winds. Brian, it feels like the women are possibly trying to rush. I don't want to say rush through the round, but I saw a rain fly on Kat Murch's bag. Are they going to be able to avoid all rain to close out this first round?
I mean, what I saw was 1 o'clock was when things were starting to ramp up, but I'm feeling a lot of wind. I still see blue skies. I still see sunshine, but it could be creeping up on us pretty fast. Not guaranteeing good weather all day, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's hope at least our FPO division can get through in terms of being completely dry. I'm not sure we're going to say the same of our MPO division this afternoon. Jennifer Allen sitting at 3 under. She's in solo 4th at the moment. It's just not enough to get it to fall in. See Tom standing on the cart as a step there for a moment to try and get a good line. Brian, can you talk about the difficulty of 9 and what's required to get a birdie on this hole?
I mean, this is huge. I mean, yeah, it's 472 with 64 feet of elevation loss, but it's still a long shot. And with this headwind kind of ripping back up towards the tee pad, it's almost impossible to get within circle 2. I mean, Katrina threw a fantastic shot there that fully flew. So, yeah, I don't know. To get the birdie, you have to smash one perfectly.
Appreciate the insight, Brian.
And it's a matter of staying as straight as possible. Really being on the right or left-hand side doesn't serve you.
Routine approach shot for Owen Scoggins. That'll be a tap-in par for Ella Hansen.
And we have not seen any birdies on the day. We just heard Brian talk about how hard it is to even get into circle 2. And the closest competitor in Katrina Allen isn't even going to attempt it. Today, hole 9 wins. No birdie percentage to be shown.
Yeah, plays as the 5th most difficult. 77% of our field finding par.
Solid putt for Missy, putting it up on the elevated basket, into the air, into the wind, and then into the chains.
Is a lot of work as compared to what we're going to see from Ella Hansen for her tap-in or Katrina Allen for her tap-in, but it's going to be the same score on the card. Pars around. Now your leader, Kat Murch. Beautiful turn. Does it hold the line, and it's going to come up short, but she'll have a look. Weiss on the same hole. This sets up great for Weiss's forehand. Oh, and this can ride all the way to the pin, and it's going to do just that. Just outside the bullseye for Jessica Weiss. We're going to roll that Zuka replay. Take another look at this one.
This was perfect. Little air bounce to help it out.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break on the network. We'll be right back.
Can't make it to the course? No problem. Introducing Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game on the market. It's everything you loved about the original Birdie, but back and improved for the ultimate strategy game experience. Choose your player, build their skills, and do everything you can to make karma work in your favor. Foot faults, headwinds, and even more surprises stand between you and victory. Birdie Pro, available in stores and online.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart. Keep it simple. Throw Millennium.
Scoggins on the tee of 10.
And just because we came off a downhill hole, you know what time it is. Uphill. This one is 62 feet elevation gain from the tee to the green. It's quite significantly uphill. That leaked a little bit further right than what Ella wanted. She's way up there, but she's going to have a little obstruction. This is one of the holes with no out of bounds to worry about, so all the FPO players can give it a full blast.
Head over to 17. Luque.
And Terry, there's just days when everything feels easy. It feels like it's in place. And I'm noticing that for Luque's game all around today. Things are just falling into place and coming out of her hand beautifully.
Now Kat Murch has a birdie look from circle 2. Enough power, but off the mark for Murch.
A little deep of the pin on that effort, so she'll have a downhill comeback.
And after the great drive by Weiss, this is for her to convert. She'll pick up a birdie, and that's just the 4th birdie of the day on 11, and she's also seeing that she's got 3 out of the last 4.
And I would imagine that's the best tee shot to be had on the day so far.
Too much juice out of Gannon on the uphill approach.
An easy thing to do when approaching these uphill, no out-of-bounds baskets.
Murch keeps the clean scorecard rolling. She still has a 1-stroke lead. Owen Scoggins knocking on the door, though. And if you ever get a chance to go, I'll give a full shout out for all of Michigan disc golf. Just absolutely beautiful. I've played countless tournaments over there for many years, the Toboggan being a crown jewel of their courses, but they have nearly 400 courses in Michigan. It feels like everywhere you go, there's a course that you're able to go check out. The Metro Park system, very supportive of disc golf, and Ella Hansen with another botched forehand approach.
The approaches have really been the trouble here in round 1 for Hansen. Katrina Allen just pitching up. She's really not interested until she finds the confidence in her game. She's going to try to damage control by getting as close to the basket as possible. Oh no. Don't do it. The first of the day that we've seen on camera. Certainly not the last one we'll see all weekend long. The rollaways are real out here, Terry. So many sloped greens. That'll more than double the distance Ella just had from the basket. I want to point out that that last putt was perfectly in the center, but again, hitting too high on the basket and having a bad reaction.
Hansen for par, and had the right speed, but this time off center. So Hansen turns the birdie look into a bogey at best. She still has a short comebacker. Gannon is just inside the circle. And it looks as if she found the area that's a little higher up. As you can see, it kind of dips down directly in front of her. I thought she'd have a more elevated putt, but she's almost flat with the basket. And you called it earlier that we'd likely see some more straddle putts More than normal. Here's Gannon for birdie.
Too strong of an effort. However, not the crazy reaction that Ella's disc had. Going to be about the same distance away. There it is, finishing the hole out. Missy Gannon.
Meanwhile, Scoggins has an opportunity to tie at the top with Murch, and she's going to do just that. Owen Scoggins getting it done. She'll move to 5 under. Now co-leader, Kat Murch.
And although she hit some late trees and leaves, it didn't slow her down too much. She's up in circle 1 for the birdie. And Luque playing this hole the way it was designed. Center cut off the drive to center cut off the second shot.
Holland Hanley should have no problem with this distance. And circle's edge for Hanley. And welcome into the booth, everyone. Again, I'm Terry Miller, joined alongside Zoe Andyke, and we've got Brian Earhart out on the ground. Man, when we came into the broadcast, we were taking a look at Alexis Mondahano. She seemed to be the outright leader. She was sitting at 4 under, I think, through 6 holes. But since then, she's fallen back, and we're seeing maybe an unlikely suspect in Owen Scoggins. Of course, she's the highest-rated player in the division, but not known for her distance, and doesn't seem to matter.
No, it doesn't seem to matter. This course is tricky. You've got to know how to golf. You've got to understand angles and elevation, and you have to have done the course homework. In the press conference, Owen grinded out the rain rounds. So many players didn't even look at the back half or even the middle of the course. So I think that could give her an edge up for sure.
And really, it was that one long approach that we saw on hole 1 by Owen Scoggins. She threw it about 40 feet past the pin, so it just seemed like too much for her. But great scorecard since then. She's at 5 under.
And she's playing her practice plan as she set it up and making the putts from circle 1 and 2.
Owen is tied with this woman, Kat Murch. Murch trying to separate herself, though, with a birdie. And she cans it. Kat Murch on fire today. Uphill putt from circle 2. Take another look. The pullback, extension, the hope as it falls.
Full body commitment. And we heard from Murch, I think it was during Ledgestone, maybe it was potentially last week. Certain things motivate certain players, and when you've got cameras and spectators and sometimes just that card energy, that's what Kat Murch says she's been missing. She's back in that comfortable zone and able to show off her skills.
Oh, does Gannon have the line? I liked where this was heading because Gannon's parked.
Man, that wasn't too far from an ace run, Terry.
As soon as she missed the tree on the right side with the turn that she had on it, I thought it was going to line up nicely as it tracks right to the pin. Gannon looking to add another birdie to the scorecard now. Luque approaching on 17. This should be her third, hoping to set up for birdie.
That looked great, and she's up on the flat.
Now with Hansen. This is too high out of the hand.
And just a tiny bit early released as well. That could be tough to find.
Going to take another look at this Gannon drive.
Look at that. She releases it at head height. So you want to match that level flat throw or the fall line. And if you want any chance at the basket, you want to match that height Missy released it at. That was perfect. Can't throw upwards on a downhill hole.
Holland has a look from shallow circle 2. Again, all or nothing on one of these baskets, and that one thankfully sits down even though she missed. And looking to tie for the lead. A quick tap in will do that. 5 under. Luque bouncing back after the bogey on the previous hole. And now, Kat Murch trying to jump out in front of her yet again. These two battling, along with Owen Scoggins, Jennifer Allen in the mix, Corver, JK right there in the mix.
Just trying to get back on track, and she's well into circle 2 there.
And the brand new hole number 18, very much a conversation piece here this week.
This hole is hard, and that is to put it lightly. I mean, seriously lightly. The extreme difficulty here is high, and it is going to take some phenomenal, and I mean record-setting types of shots to see birdies out here today on 18.
Scoggins pitches up next to the pin, and Brian, I want to throw it out to you for a moment. Clearly we don't mean to pick on anybody, but it looks as if Ella is just giving away strokes left and right on some of her approach shots. Is there anything you're picking up out there today?
It's just unforced errors. I mean, she's having a really great day off the tee, it seems like, but just not being able to get up and down from short range is just bleeding strokes for her today. I mean, what this says to me is hopefully she wakes up, gets started on the right foot tomorrow and just trusts her intuition a little bit more. Those approach shots, you can't really do anything with technique or form to make it better. It's just feel. And some days in the disc golf course, you don't have the same feel as you do on other days. So just one of those days for her right now. Hopefully she could pick it up.
Yeah, and thank you, Brian, and you bring up such a great point. Her off the tee shots, or otherwise known as tee shots, I think we'd call those. Her tee shots have been great. It's just all of these relatively short or simple routine approaches that she's been off the mark on, and now the long bid turned into a medium-sized comeback putt, and she'll put that in for the bogey. Gannon in for the easy birdie. Alexis has a birdie look on 17.
That was a huge make.
Cat Merch on the tee of 13. It's going to be short of the corner, but not the worst place to be. The question is, how far up the fairway can she push this without bringing in the OB into play? She was short and in the center of the fairway with her tee shot, which is your first objective, but even Luque would admit she would have loved a little more distance off of that tee shot. Let's see what she can do with it.
Look how narrow the fairway is, though. I mean, very small landing zones here. Nice control, nice speed, and great landing.
I thought you were talking about the control of her emotions there. She
that
big
too.
smile, and immediately kept it in check, thinking, all right, I just have to finish this out. Right now, she's in good position to at least be on a lead card come second round. Merch, no problem. That's going to be a tap-in birdie for Merch. Let's take another look at it. Hole 13 typically plays a little soft in terms of par, and I always say one hole has to be the easiest hole on the course. Any stats to back that up, or am I just making stuff up here?
I think you're absolutely correct, Terry. We're calling that the 18th.
Most difficult, otherwise known as our easiest, right?
Easiest, yep. Yeah, it's the easiest.
Yeah, there have been 0 bogeys on hole 13, and 54% of the field have carded birdies. And what a shot by Gannon, straight up the hill.
This one is only 267 feet up the hill. We got a 51-foot elevation gain, so everyone in the field can get to this one.
Well, we're going to get back to the action in a moment, but first, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or two. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
Welcome back. We have Owen Scoggins with a long uphill putt. If she's going to birdie this one, it's going to have to be done with a putter, because Owen just not enough distance to get all the way to that pin. Lorenzen with her third on 18.
nice placement, a nice landing. Sets her up for the opportunity.
Now Gannon, long uphill putt. You see the wind stiff from left to right. And it appears to have sat down just fine for Gannon. Sigh of relief. Cat, tee of 14. Oh, and that is...
And look at the wind, Terry. Look at those flags. It looks like a extreme right to left, and that the miles per hour are starting to really pick up.
Circle 2 birdie look for Katrina Allen. Trying to get something going, and it's just not going to happen here on hole number 12. Ella's approach brought her to here, so this is for par. And look at the wind. This is the stiffest wind that we have seen in the last few tournaments. I don't recall winds quite this sustained at Ledgestone. They certainly weren't at this level last week at Idlewild. So a new element for our competitors today. Now, Luque.
Almost.
So she will give one back to the course, which means a bogey, but a 4-under effort. We'll see if that's good enough to remain on a lead card. We'll also have to see what the fellow competitors in front of her will do as they start to close out. And Kat is going to need to get up and down to save par. She went out of bounds off the tee. She's going to flirt with that right side. The problem is, does it have enough space to come back? And it doesn't. The wind just pushing too hard for Murch. So her flawless scorecard in jeopardy here is going to take a little pit stop. Murch came into hole 14 at 7 under. Here's Gannon. Oh, and this is going to be great. It's going to be on the right side, but she will have a lane to the pin on the easiest hole on the course. A good tree hit. Rare to say that, but that was a great tree hit for Own.
That's what I was going to say. It cut down early in its flight, but in the center of the fairway versus the rough.
Again, I'd rather it hit and land there as opposed to continuing to carry right. You'd like to get past it by 50 or so feet on the left side, ideally, but if you're going to hit the tree, at least that's probably preventing you from going hard right into the much deeper rough. We'll see if Ella can hang it out wide enough, and it doesn't look like it's going to be. And she too. So 3 out of 4. Connecting with that tree. And the machine, Bert Kreischer out there on site. We've been hearing about it for the last few days. Great to see Bert out there. Brian, he's part of a Pro-Am and some other things going on. What do you know?
Oh, man, there's so much going on this week at D-Glow. I mean, not just the pro side here at the Toboggan. There's multiple other courses with AMs out there. There's tons of spectators out here. So many events, clinics, different activities that people can get into. And yeah, Bert Kreischer was at the Pro-Am yesterday. Got to watch Anthony Barella almost eagle hole number 3 from inside circle 2. Just great to see so many people from so many different backgrounds falling in love with this game. And yeah, great to see him out here.
Well, good to have him as a guest. He often talks about disc golf, whether it's his podcast or honestly, it feels like anytime he's a guest on any other show, he's always talking about disc golf and how much he loves it. Here's Sarah Hokum. And it appears as if Kat Murch was in fact inbounds, as UDisc shows her putting for par. So she did come up short of the OB line, and it's still going to result in a bogey, but better than a double. And there's a solid approach by Ella Hansen. That should set her up for the easy birdie on 13. And as you said, as I was thinking, the more you push to the right side, the more steep that angle is to get around the corner. And Ella has it dialed in perfectly. Great to see. Let's hope that she can remain on point for the rest of her approaches. Scoggins with a little more room. And peers it with no problem. That should be a birdie for Scoggins.
So answering to throwing with the fall line, this is 69 feet of elevation lost to get to this pin.
Gotta love the angle for Kat, relying on the forehand, but hangs it too wide and doesn't go clean through the tunnel. I think aesthetically this is my favorite hole at the Toboggan course, and certainly one of the most memorable. The big, beautiful downhill shot off the tee and then having to make sure you hit the fairway, or you have to manufacture something to either get through the tunnel or fight through the rough on the right or left side of the tunnel. We'll see what Missy Gannon has on this right side. Oh, and a near eagle for Gannon.
Yeah, that was headed straight to the target and hits the base. Excellent approach by Missy Gannon. Again, knowing that fall line, knowing her discs, and releasing at the perfect moment.
I think about hole 15 last weekend at Idlewild, where she threw it in long range with that exact same disc. Kat contemplating how she wants to go after this putt, and it looks like it's going to be more or less a toss to the pin and a layup next to the basket. So Katrina Allen kind of giving one away to the field by walking away with a par here on 13.
And you'll see a player just trying to get as close as possible to the basket, no matter where their disc is landing, approaching from. If you got to find the confidence and you're just not feeling it in the putt, gonna probably concede a couple of strokes like we've seen Katrina Allen do just to card the par.
And Scoggins has a short range look for birdie. And speaking of short range, she's not far from hunting down Katrina Allen in terms of our point standings. It looks right now very much in her favor to get past Allen, who's sitting in third, Owen sitting in fourth. And Missy Gannon might be the next spot she has her eye set on, as Missy's sitting in second place in the tour standings. They're going to move over to hole 14. And as I was just referencing a moment ago, Missy Gannon currently sitting in second in terms of our tour points. Katrina Allen in third with 872.25 points. And Owen Scoggins, if Owen has a decent weekend out here, there's a really good chance she's going to be then passing Katrina, who has been struggling mightily here in this first round. And then she may have her eyes set on that second place spot in Missy Gannon. And of course, we know all the points matter. We also know how crucial it is as you get to the final event of the year at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, because you are awarded a handicap stroke, so to speak, when you're going into the first couple of rounds.
I think it was just a couple weeks ago I had mentioned to Owen about the tour championships and how much it meant to her going into that with the highest placement possible. And she says any amount of strokes on Tatar is going to be helpful.
Yes.
So she's certainly got her eyes on getting to that second place spot.
Murch on the tee of 15. And this is another good change that I've seen in the last couple of years, as they're making the tee and just the overall hole play differently on the FPO side, making it more attackable. But now we're back on 14. I'm going to throw it out to Brian. Brian, this is a new pin position. We're seeing what they've done on 14 and 15. Break it down. What do you think of it for us?
Yeah, I think it's a great change. I think it's a nice short par 4. I mean, obviously, it takes away the beautiful uphill shot to the green, but it allows the players to blast drive with power and accuracy. There's OB on both sides now, much tighter than in years past. Yeah, I think it's a nice change-up. After all the up and downhill elevation shots, the players just now have to throw an open field bomb. And funny enough, today the wind is just swirling all sorts of ways. I mean, there's headwind reads off the tee, tailwind reads, it switches to crosswind. Very tough to advance this fairway with any certainty.
Yeah, appreciate it, Brian, as we saw Ella Hansen's drive go well off the mark, way off to the right side. I'm sure the wind aided in such.
And you really need a straight shot on 16. That is very far left and out of bounds.
Murch throwing her second on 15. She wants that to push down. She's deep of the basket in 2. Haley King, tee of 16.
We're starting to see some struggles from multiple players with the wind and reading it correctly and putting that angle. Again, you got to match a fall line or an incline, and then you have to think about the wind cutting through and matching. This place is all about the angles. So this is where Ella will have to take her now third throw.
And this is so dangerous because she's likely hanging this out over the out of bounds the whole way. And if she doesn't come back in, she doesn't move up the fairway at all. And she was tentative. And what really surprises me,
Players off that are just trying to close out their round, and they're getting to these difficult holes and finding more OB than what they were hoping for.
after the OB tee shot, Kat trying to get up and down and save par. She'll have that look left to do so. And what a beautiful overview look. Hole 3 way off on the left side, hole 14 in the center, and then that's hole 2 on the right side of your screen as we're going up and down the toboggan runs. Here's Owen Scoggins, and thank you so much as well to Flight Factory providing us with our drone overview shots, just like we're seeing here. They've been helping out all year long, so make sure you head on over to their website. Again, thank you to Flight Factory.
And a rough place to be. This is her second shot on hole 15. Holland Hanley up and over. We heard cardmates say get it, but look at the angle. It hits the hill and rolls away.
Missy Gannon trying to make quick work here of hole 14. And Jennifer Allen is now at the drop zone of 16.
The new island hole. And it is a complete island, so this is a new drop zone as well.
And after the brutal rollaway, Holland Hanley will still have a look for birdie. This is Ella with her look for par. On off the front of the cage for Hansen. So not quite enough. And somewhat conservative there by Kat Mertz. She's just laying up. And Katrina Allen will tap in and move along. The reaction by Owen Scoggins, knowing she got away with that one. That was not much chain. That's going to read the same on the scorecard.
When they release it, I'm like, oh, probably not gonna, it's gonna miss.
We're going to take another look as Owen steps up. Of course, so consistent from almost everywhere. I was going to say short range and everywhere else. It doesn't seem to matter. Steps up, and this one is off the mark on the left side. And she feels like she got away with it. Some days those just go in. Just got to remember the next time when it hits a lot of chain and maybe falls out, you can think back to that one and say, well, it's all evening out.
All evening out at some point.
Allen take advantage of the distance opportunity here, and this is leaking out hard left. I'm envisioning this completely out of bounds.
And it's going to be well back on the fairway. I don't believe she ever crested around that corner.
Jessica Weiss has a birdie look on 15. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. You just don't like to see it, but this course is going to provide them.
That's what can happen out here. Let's take a look at Zoe's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
All right, well, you've got to stick to your own game plan. No matter what you see the course doing or your competitors doing on the course in this back half, you need to stick to your plan. You've got to execute and score on 14 through 17. There are opportunities and there's some difficulties. You've got to do your homework to know these holes, but you got to score right through there, because hold on tight for hole 18 is going to be the theme for both divisions throughout the entire weekend.
On the tee of 15, Missy Gannon.
And this is a shaped tee shot that's necessary to hit the landing zone from this tee. Well done for Owen.
Low line drive coming out of Hansen. I love the forehand drive here. Another one of those on the approach should put her on the green. And good thing the tents are staked down, because the wind continues to gust. Cat Merch trying to find the island that is 16. And with that, she'll be headed to a drop zone. A beautiful property as we're up above. Again, thanks to Flight Factory and FlightFactoryDisc.com. See, Owen Scoggins, our leader, at 7 under par.
And I was just going to actually thank this beautiful overhead coverage, because we can see what the trees are doing. And we know that some weather is predicted for just a short time in the forecast. We could see some rain, some rumblings of thunder, but I love how that drone can provide the entire hole. It can give us all kinds of feedback on what it looks like, and it can tell us about the weather. And Owen lacking the distance, of course, to get up too far up that hill, but she is in great shape in the middle of the fairway.
Let's see if she can get it done with a putter. And I believe that is that yellow stake there designates 250 feet to the pin. So just to give all of our players a little reference point.
That was really high out of Ella's hands. I knew it was going to leak pretty far left. Of course you want to throw it high to get up that hill. She may have a look from there. Just depends on how deep that rough is.
Looks like she's on the back side of it. And we'll check in with Brian in a moment. But now we've got Cat Merch trying to save her par, and just off the front of the cage for Merch.
Pulling out some extra tricky putter throwing moves.
We're going to take another look at it. Kind of lobbing it up there, giving it a solid bid and just off the right side. What does Ian say? Basket, do your job? No. Okay, maybe that one's not appropriate there.
Not yet. Needed
not
some
quite.
more height.
And Gannon from an outstretched patent pending stance of sorts pulls that one to the right side, or, excuse me, to the left side. Brian, we saw Ella go deep. Did she get buried in the woods or the trees directly behind the basket, or will she have a look?
She's going to have a look, but if she hits that putt, that's going to be one you write in your diary at nighttime. It's going to be a really tough look, but still doable.
Appreciate the insight.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, we talk about death-defining putts, and this is certainly going to be one of them for Ella Hansen. If she makes this, it'll be a memory forever.
Trying to increase her lead off the top, but it does sit down for her, and we've seen some nasty rollaways already here on 15 in particular, so she'll have to settle for the par. And it sounds as if there is the real threat of weather coming in, and there's a potential that this may find a rain delay or a weather delay. We're trying to get as many holes in as possible, though. Solid bid. Most importantly, it sits down, relieving any stress of having to make a difficult par putt. We appreciate all of you guys for joining us here. We know today is free on YouTube, and we'll have the rest of the exclusive action all on the Disc Golf Network throughout the rest of the weekend. And if you tune in prior to our rounds, we have Tournament Central, Grant Zellner, along with Brian Earhart, giving you some insights. And then after every round, they will recap what we just saw. So make sure you're tuned in and ready to go for this weekend for our first playoff event as the playoffs kick off, thanks to Barbasol, as Ella Hansen wants no part of running at it.
Kat's approach came up a bit short, but she's got this left for her birdie. She got it.
Jams it in. No problem. Stress-free par. And they head over to 16. And we're being told that the storm is about 25 miles away at the moment. A horn will get blown if or when it gets to within 12 miles. Those are all standard protocols. Of course, Disc Golf Network, Disc Golf Pro Tour, utilizing similar resources that you'd find with Major League Baseball, also with the NFL. I know we have a nationwide meteorologist that we check in with, as well as a local one, and Seth Fenley and the rest of the Pro Tour trying to keep everyone as safe as possible. As we're seeing, the wind had gone from 18, a constant 18 to 20, and just a moment ago you saw it on Arcana current conditions, 3 miles per hour. So the calm before the storm?
Exactly, Terry. That's it. The calm before the storm.
I knew I'd get a cliche in today that would be on point. Here's Cat Merch going OB, it looks like.
Yep, I was afraid of that. Too much height, too much corner cutting.
And speaking of OBs, hole 16 playing as an island. This is brutal, Zoe.
Yeah, I'd like to direct our viewers to look at the right side of your screen and notice that OB just littered everywhere. You know what that means. From the tee, you must stick this landing zone. It's just a little bit bigger than the circle on the short side, and the OB does come into play inside of the circle on the back side. There's a drop zone we've seen a handful of players make an attempt from, but let's see if this feature card can make it in. No birdies on this hole today. And in fact, Terry, there's only been 4 pars on the day. Hole 16 has teeth. So if you can get in bounds, you're coming up on the field.
Owen's reaction. If she just learned to have a little fun out there, right?
Yeah.
Let's skip the birdie and go for the ace. What a shot by Ella Hansen.
Yeah, you called it, Terry. That was gorgeous.
I'm going to roll that back. Take another look. Ella Hansen, just a mid-range. And this was tracking the whole way. And checks up just barely outside of the bullseye. Hopefully can pad her C1X stat if that is in fact outside of the bullseye. It's about as close as you can get without being in it.
I don't want to like talk while you're throwing. Getting in the mojo. Yeah.
Sure, our whole FPO division excited to try and get this closed out. They're going to be so close to a potential weather delay.
Off with the head.
Cat.
Well, I was hoping for you.
Just warning the spectators, so to speak.
Sometimes.
I hate to show the favoritism, but I would love for everyone in FPO to get through their round. It seems like there's a good chance there will be a delay somewhere within the MPO division, and I understand there's so many more people on the course, but it would be great for the FPO division for everyone to get a full and complete round so there's not just one card or maybe 8 women that have to come back out and deal with a delay.
Yeah.
And I know we're going to be close to that timeline.
I know. I couldn't agree with you more, Terry, and I know the entire field, MPO and FPO, understands and feels the same. If you've only got 1 or 2 cards that have to take the delay, put the mark down, and come back, that really throws off one complete round's energy.
Recognize the wind messing with her layup, which turned out to be an almost a bid there.
And for an already extremely difficult course, the wind that we haven't seen in these past weeks is making it so much harder.
Katrina Allen trying to pick up a birdie on 16.
No connection with metal there. Will sail her a little past the basket.
It had the right height and the right speed, but not quite on line. And with that, she's carried. Well, it looks like she may have, I'm corrected, she stayed inbounds, but anytime you're close to the inbounds or out of bounds area, you can bring it up to 1 meter inbounds, even if that means bringing it closer to the basket. So this is still for par. She was not OB. And that looked more like what we've seen from Kat this year. Better at collecting the birdie than the disc.
Hey, it's exciting.
Nice work by Ella Hansen. And Owen Scoggins giving her a hard time. As Owen will tap in for bogey.
And you just love to see the laughs, you know. It's interesting time in the round. One more look at this near perfect tee shot.
There's oftentimes we see on the MPO side, Ricky Wysocki is real good at not being able to retrieve his mini when he leans down to pick it up. Well, it might be the start of something for Ella Hansen.
I was just thinking about how exciting it is to be that first birdie. It's just, man, what do we do with ourselves? How do I get my disc?
Never, Owen will never miss an opportunity to make a joke or have a good time out there.
That's right.
Even though she's going to give one back to the field on the very difficult hole number 16. Owen still your leader.
So only a couple more holes to get through, but major distance and elevation that we're going to have to battle, hoping to get it in before the weather or potential horn is blown.
Not enough to fight through. Now Jen Allen on the tee of 18.
A very aggressive tee shot. Jen knows exactly what she wants out of this, and she did hit the perfect angle off of the tee through that gap. Big claps there coming out.
And we're taking a look at our birdie zone brought to us by our friends over at Birdie Pro. We want you to make sure you can go out and pick up your own copy today. Give you some of the details on how you can do so as we're looking at hole number 17's birdie zone. Distribution brought to us by our friends over at MVP. Build your player, use your skills at the right time, get a little karma, and hit the winning putt. Shipping to retailers through MVP distribution.
Oh, man, we just have not seen a lot of the big arms be able to stick this tee shot.
Brian, we just saw Ella Hansen's drive. Are you close enough to determine whether it's OB or not, or how close to the OB it is?
Yeah, she was just over the berm OB. I mean, it was really not a question. Just a little bit too far sawed off left.
And it looks like we're seeing the same of Katrina Allen also heading into the OB.
Oh, this is just turning itself over too much for Missy. She's in the rough, short right. And yeah, Owen will be joining that area.
Definitely scared of the OB on the left side. And not necessarily a bad thing. And now again, we take a look at the birdie zone. As I was just saying, you can build your player, use the skills at the right time, get a little karma, and hit the winning putt. It is shipping to retailers through the MVP distribution, or you can order it online at boderbrothers.com. Get your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game in the world.
I like that you can build your player. I like that it brings in all of the aspects of what really is going on out there in disc golf, from karma to luck, skills needed, and impress yourself. Right now, though, it's going to be a difficult thing to see a birdie on this hole for our feature card. Owen and Missy can, with good placement, potentially get themselves to a place where they could throw their putter in, though. And just barely skipping from the fairway over into the rough. Again, on the right-hand side, it's just the rough, not out of bounds. But I think it's taking birdie completely out of the question from anywhere of a throw-in. Although this is a par 5. Excuse me, for a moment I was thinking 4, but this is a par 5, so really, Gannon in the best shape to card this birdie. And that is a well-placed shot. Second throw for Missy, right in the middle of the fairway.
I feel like this should be like.
Also talking about the wind that they were feeling, whether it was a left or right or a headwind. And then Katrina Allen will bring hers 1 meter back inbounds with penalty stroke. So certainly an opportunity to still save the par. And that is a very well-placed third shot. So Kat will still have the chance to the top of the hill and put in for, put in for her par. And Murch with the layup now. Back to Ella Hansen. Ella with more power and more distance may be able to get into position to still possibly card a birdie. We'll see how aggressive she wants to be on this next shot. Oh, that's pushing up the side of the hill to at least halfway. And that is a great shot by Hansen.
Ella could actually still card the birdie. I'm loving this. With an OB stroke, that's what that distance arm can do.
Kat Murch is in and moving on to her final hole of the day, hole number 18. Murch sits at 4 under through 17. Luque looking to hold on to a lead card spot for day number 2. Juliana Korver just may join them. We'll see how things shake out in the next few minutes. Owen Scoggins, your outright leader, 2 clear, sitting at 6 under.
And Terry, you're right on with that. We've got to wait to see how it shakes out because 18 is so difficult. A big uphill shot for Owen, and she's about a little over halfway up that hill. Still an opportunity.
Now with Murch on 18's tee. She's run into somewhat of a cooler with bogeying the last few holes. We'll see if she can finish strong on 18. But now Gannon trying to set herself up for birdie. This is wide, but it filters through. Sometimes that tree can be friendly and let you get past it. Sometimes it'll hold you up and obstruct you. So Gannon has a birdie look.
And she knows this course. She has studied these greens. She's studied these fairways. She knew there was a chance she could get through, and she took that opportunity and capitalized. Great shape coming into this basket. A little bit of ground play there, but Kat's about a pace and a half outside of the bullseye.
With each passing moment, I get more excited about the idea of our FPO division getting all the way through their full round here without interruption.
Getting closer and closer.
About 40 feet left for Scoggins. Uphill. This is not far from the territory where we saw Kristen Tatar a few years ago can what felt like a career-defining putt to get past ultimately Paige Pierce and then take on the victory. Scoggins. Birdie.
Oh my goodness, Terry. This is incredible. Just give her a line. Give her a little side of that basket. Most likely Owen Scoggins is going in. Fantastic birdie to build on her lead.
And we'll see that left side corner pocket and in for Scoggins. A little fist pump as she hustles up the hill. Old Scoggins trying to distance herself from the rest of the field.
And charge up the points in the leaderboard for the Tour Championship standings.
Solid putt for Katrina Allen. On Scoggins, your early leader here in Michigan. We'll be right back.
Five limited edition stamped discs, including Moonshine Orbit and Orbit Eye, all for less than $60. I wish I knew how to do math.
It's 190% value. You can find out for yourself by ordering an Orbit mystery box on August 21st at ddiscs.com/orbitbox.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal because I'm gonna eat it all.
This is one of the most beautiful runs of discs we've ever had. This 2023 signature line.
The artwork is beautiful. I was so impressed when this disc came out.
It's a disc that all skill levels can use. If you're on the biggest stage, you want to make sure you're confident with what you're playing with. And PA3 gives me confidence when I'm putting on the green.
Some of the prettiest plastics and the prettiest discs I've seen. I'm throwing it every single round. You should bag one as well.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Welcome back. Missy Gannon on the tee of 18. A very different looking hole number 18.
The OB is so tight on the left, and the right is rough. Well, the entire fairway is OB, so it's going to be rough if you go too far right or left. You're getting an out-of-bounds stroke no matter what. Center cut for Owen Scoggins.
See how much Hansen can push it up and gets a kick off of the left side, back in bounds. And up ahead on the fairway, here's Murch. Can she put it in to finish out? Just deep of the basket. And Brian, talk to us about the new hole number 18 and some of the challenges and plan of attack.
Yeah, well, there's over 50 feet of elevation gain as you throw your tee shot up this hill. It feels like you're almost going nowhere, even though you're throwing as hard as you can. The real tough part about this new par 4 position is the fact that most of these women are not getting to the flat spot where the old basket used to be. So their second shot has to be a really technical turnover with an uphill lie that you can barely follow through on because of how sloped it is. So, man, it is such a challenging finishing hole, averaging a 4.73 so far. Yeah, I don't know. I think 4 is going to be great throughout the rest of the week.
Appreciate the insight, Brian, and you called it in that it's playing very difficult and technically the second most difficult hole on the course. And just 3% of our field have birdied it. And I'm going to guess that's just one competitor.
Holland Hanley was the one to card it.
That gets cut down for Owen, and it may or may not have saved her from carrying to the right side OB. Either way, a par is likely in her future. Then again, can never doubt Owen's putting capabilities.
Beautiful shape on that shot, and I love how she leaned into the hill to finish and have her follow through. She still got use of her legs, even though that uphill run-up takes away.
Great approach there by Ella Hansen. As Kat takes a look at what she needs to do, I want to throw it out to you one last time, Brian. Any parting shots before we let you go and get ready for Tournament Central?
Yeah, I think we're going to see some players come out tomorrow with a brand new game plan because of the fact that a lot of these holes are not getting birdied very often. I think it actually could take some pressure away from the players, so I think we're going to see better scores tomorrow.
Well, we appreciate you hustling around and giving us all the insights from around the course, Brian. Good luck, and we'll tell everyone to make sure they tune in for Tournament Central. Kat had a solid approach. She's trying to pick up a birdie here to close out to join that very elite club of one in Holland Hansen. Or, excuse me, Holland Hanley. I meshed those two together quickly. There we go.
A little bit wide for Missy Gannon, but she is at the back of circle one.
And so if my math is correct, regardless of what Missy does in terms of the result of her putt, Missy will be on chase card. Missy currently at 3 under. If she makes it, she remains at 3, which keeps her tied with 5-time world champ Juliana Korver. However, Juliana, her PDGA number is in the 7,000s. So Juliana would get the bump in terms of a tiebreaker there. So right now we're looking at Owen Scoggins, Luque Lorenzen, Kat Murch, and Juliana Korver on your lead card for round 2. But first, Scoggins trying to extend her lead. She could make it 4.
Oh, that had some great shape on it. A valiant effort from Owen Scoggins.
So Owen will have a 3-stroke lead going into round number 2. As that just barely went past. Gannon to close out with a par.
Solid putt to finish her first round at D-Glow.
Big money Missy is very much in the conversation. She's going to card 3 under for her opening round. She'll be atop of the chase card for round 2. Kat for birdie. Trying to fight back to 4 over. And Katrina Allen becomes just the 2nd birdie of the day. And I believe that close of the eyes as she's walking to retrieve her disc kind of says it all. A release for Katrina Allen, who had a rough day out there, but able to finish strong on 18. In fact, she went 2 under over the last 4 holes as your leader, Owen Scoggins, in. And Ella Hansen also joins the birdie club. Just 3 on the day. Ella Hansen closes out strong. She's going to be 2 under moving into round 2.
Some styling high fives from our competitors and birdie club members.
Scoggins, your leader, at 7 under. Luque, along with Kat Murch at 4 under, and Juliana Korver at 3 under. Well, Zoe, needless to say, we made it through round 1. All the competitors. I don't know if we'll be able to say the same on the MPO side. We'll worry about them later. Round 1 is in the books. How did it feel?
Well, there was just a lot happening out there. A lot of weather, a lot of OB strokes, and I think Brian called it correctly. We're going to see some course cleanup and maybe even a better score tomorrow. I called for a 6. Owen blew us away with a 7 today, and she said in the press conference maybe double digits if someone's in flow state. So, hey, maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, she could possibly even clean up a stroke or two out there. It was a solid performance overall, but for her to have a 3-stroke lead, so impressive on this opening round. We're going to break down everything else in the OTB after show. We're also going to hear from Owen Scoggins. All of that and more on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Do you ever get sick of watching the same one all year?
Gets a little repetitive, but what else are you gonna do?
Like anything?
I absolutely love watching the slow motion videos.
Yeah, they're like so good.
Guess it's slow-mos again next year. Cheers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Yeah, sure.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
The Vulture made it into my bag about 2 years ago, and I really enjoy having a big stack of the stock plastic. I can grab 10 of them, they all fly the same for me. I can trust it at a high speed, and it still has that nice finish at the end.
Take a look at Owen Scoggins here in round number 1.
It was about understanding where the landing zones were, where the safety could be, and getting herself to one of the circles. We know Owen's putt continues to stay dialed, even if she's getting away with one or just making them clean like we're used to. She had some excellent course control today, Terry, and angle control. Although she's a woman of drastic angles, we didn't see a lot of crazy things happen out there to her discs.
No, she, as you said, just felt dialed the entire time, and anytime she could see the basket from C1X, she converted. She was 100% today from C1X. She ended up making 1 of 5 from C2. And that appears to be the one right there. Owen Scoggins, a deadly putter, always having a good time out there, keeping things light on the card. And a 3-stroke advantage.
3 strokes at Toboggan for Owen Scoggins. Nobody could have predicted it, but it's about smart play, course control, fighting through the conditions, matching the angles.
Yeah, and we talked about how we saw more wind today than the last 3 or 4 weekends of tournaments combined. So it was great to see them navigate, still card the scores that they did. The big conversation piece for this event this weekend has been all of the added OB. We see a few new pin placements. We see 18 completely revamped. All of that OB added, and then add or turn up the wind dial. And then they still had great scores, like a 7 under from Owen.
It's so impressive. And really, Kat Mertz was off to a heater. She had a slow finish. You know, she was getting herself pretty excited and just cooled off a little bit. But I see her cleaning up those final holes tomorrow as well.
Well, when you look at UDisc, because you're taking a look at the top 10 scores overall, and then when you actually zoom in just a little bit and you look at UDisc, you see most of the scoring challenges come on the back half of that course. That was also talked about in the press conference, and that's where you see a lot of players get to, say, hole 16. We saw the struggles that happened on that island green. Ella Hansen was able to actually pick up the birdie there, one of the only or the only birdie on the day, I believe, that we saw. 16 kind of ate everyone's lunch. 17, we see a ton of OB shots, and then 18 also difficult to close out on. So it has this mentality almost of get your birdies, put them in your back pocket, and then just hold on for dear life as you're trying to close out those last few very challenging holes. And that's where Kat Mertz, I mean, we talked about how great her scorecard was. It was clean, and then she ran into hiccups at the latter half of the course, or the last third of the course. So you called it. Clean those up tomorrow, and Kat Mertz may have one of the hot rounds as well.
Juliana Korver making our lead card. And nobody's going to bump her off if they're tying.
No.
I thought about that when you read that stat. With that low of a PDGA number, I think it's safe to say Juliana will never get bumped in a tie.
Yeah, not when it comes down to your PDGA number, which hers specifically is 7438. I knew it was in the 7,000s. I didn't want to take a stab at the actual number, but 7438. So just to clarify for everyone out there, because this does get asked all the time, is how are tiebreakers given and who makes it onto which card? We always go with whoever has the lowest score, so it's very obvious when you see the 7-4-4-3. Or the 7, the 4, and the 4. They're making the lead card. That's just simple math. But then Juliana tied with Missy. You go to the previous round, and you take a look at that, and you see what the scores were for previous round. They've only played one round, therefore that tiebreaker is null in this case. Then you go to PDGA number. If it's still tied at that point, you go to PDGA number, whoever has the lower PDGA number. And this is not unique to the Disc Golf Pro Tour. This has been how tiebreakers have been handled for decades within the PDGA. And there was a fun argument or discussion that took place a couple years ago about people feeling that was unfair or if there should be some other way. I've been a PDGA member for more than 20 years. I can't think of a better way to do it simply because of its uniqueness. You will never have two people with the exact same PDGA number. So purely from uniqueness perspective alone, I feel like it makes perfect sense because people have talked about, well, go by birdie count or C1 makes or the lesser amount of bogeys. There's a million other stats, all of which could, in theory, tie. You can't tie on PDGA number.
That's right.
Also, what you can't miss, Tournament Central is going to be taking place as soon as we wrap up here today. That's going to be featured every single day as a post-game and pregame before we get to the MPO side, and they'll also have a postgame. So Tournament Central 4 times a day is what I'm telling you. And today, we know you're watching. Some of you are watching live on YouTube, our free first opening day of our Great Lakes Open, but the rest of the content all exclusively over at Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf. Make sure you go out and subscribe today. And also, if you're a PDGA member, as I was just talking about, you get a 50% discount on your monthly membership for DGN. So go out and subscribe.
Subscribe now. There's so much action. We're in the playoffs. We got Worlds coming, US DGC Throw Pink, but it's one round at a time, and I don't want to miss any of it. You shouldn't either.
Yes, so all of the action right here. Also post-production action, everything else taking place. Think we're going to get ready? Are we ready for an OTB shot of the day?
I'm certainly ready. Any good guesses?
Do you have any guesses?
It's going to be Ella's shot on 16, I think.
I was going to say that's a great guess. I wouldn't be mad at that. I love the park job by Missy on hole number 11. The turnover downhill that turned into a birdie as well. I like that, and I love the Owen Scoggins putt on 17. I mean, what a great problem to have that we have to argue about what could be shot of the day.
This is incredible. 3 different players. I think that Owen putt could be it too. That's such an infamous.
She's our leader. She's our leader. All right, for our OTB, only the best shot of the day. They've queued it up. Did they throw us off with something else? You called it, Zoe. I love it.
I've been off at least 3 tournaments now in a row, so I made this putt or drive, however you want to look at it.
Well, Ella Hansen did the same. Ryan Earhart right there on the ground watching it come in. The perfect drive by Hansen. And again, I'll borrow our buddy Strokes on Folks, as Ian would say, because she picks up the birdie. Most of the division finding bogeys after going out of bounds. Ella Hansen, your OTB shot of the day. Congratulations. Taking a look at our broadcast times. Of course, Tournament Central coming up next, but then this afternoon, Tournament Central will kick in at 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to join us. We'll then give you the show and then have a post game with Tournament Central. So 2 p.m. Eastern this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, rejoin us at 8:45 a.m. for the FPO action to kick back off. For Brian Earhart out on the ground, for Zoe Andyke, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll see you guys this afternoon.